Sikia nijusi flavor zote tamu tena fruity aibod kuna aya kitu kana shika yami na flow kama maji tena fruity aibod kuna vitu moja tamu kama sali nijusi
Good morning. Good morning. Can I have your attention, please? Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming. Mine is just announced that we are going to be starting within the next 10 minutes. So if you're networking, please start finalizing your networking. Once we start, we are going to run the event all the way to 1. So if you haven't had breakfast, fortunately, we are not going to have break for tea. We are going to proceed all the way to lunch, then we break for the day. Sawa. Are you hearing me? All right, great. So we are going to be, after this, Sami Moraya will take over together with Victor Bwire to moderate the upcoming sessions so that we can be able to expedite with and make sure that we meet the targets of the day within the time that we have set. It's a World Press Freedom Day, shaping a future at peace, promoting press freedom for human rights, development, and security. A very important theme in that regard. Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience. We're looking forward to starting the next minutes. Thank you. Victor, would you like to come and say hi? Yeah. All right. No, we're just waiting for the guests so that we can do the national anthem and yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Good morning, colleagues. Okay. I think we're about, my quick number gives me 31 or 32 people because there's no half in people. So the better thing, colleagues from the Media Council, ask the people who are still doing corridor lobbying to come in now. So they have used a lot of our time to do their personal things in lobbying. Now they come for what brought them officially. But we are happy to report that all the guests are in. And I think what is taking a lot of time is logistics. This is the first time we're doing an event here at Strathmore jointly. And the rules and regulations require that tea must be served somewhere else. It can't be brought near here. Only Peremende and Quincha can be brought here. So we have had then to organize a big delegation of all the guests, chief guests, to go somewhere to take tea. And you know, the chief guests walk slowly. so it's taking a lot of minutes. That's why, but we are all here. We are learning. Quickly, as colleagues mentioned, we are on behalf of the council, led by the chair of the council, Maina Mwiruri, and all his board members are here. The complaints commissioners are here from the Media Council of Kenya. As you are aware, the Media Council has a board and a complaints commission, 9 and 7. So they are all here with us, represented. The chief guest, Justice Lenola, is around. He's already here. Our number 3 in the ministry, that is the information secretary, Netemes, is also here with us, and we are happy that he is here. So colleagues, the World Press Freedom Day fell yesterday, 3rd on Sunday, and obviously we moved it to today, 4th, assuming that some of you went to church. We have no proof, but we assumed that you went to church yesterday, so we didn't then want to mess with your religious schedules. The World Press Freedom Day, as you are aware, is a global day, and the global event is supposed to happen in Zambia, but people are learning that while we say Kenya is bad, but other countries, the experiences are not easy. Some of the activities were cancelled on Friday. You can imagine Zambia was hosting nearly 3 major global events, World Press Freedom Day, RightCon, and other events. And on Friday, you have already done everything and paid, and people had flights and everything, including Josephine, my sister here. And the government cancelled and said they are not ready to host the World Press Freedom Day in the global event, and the RightCon, they have been cancelled. They were cancelled on Friday. So people are stuck in Zambia, in Zimbabwe, in other places, trying to come back. And simply one, that some governments many times are sensitive to some of these things. But more importantly, also the organizers, when you organize events and you don't involve the local intelligence, Zambia has an election in about 2 months or something. Team came from Zambia the other day, and Zambia has elections either in 2 months or something. And then the president is struggling. So when you are saying you are bringing global discussion for media freedom and access to information, they say the mutalete mambo ya jinsia hapa. So they cancelled on Friday. So that's it. President, karibu sana. Linda. I'm better than what Kevin was thinking. So that's how it is. So those global events. So UNESCO has advised that the event is going on online, so you can join online. Josephine will forgive you, will not demand the DSA back, because si makosa yako, natural events. but that's how is it. As you are aware, the World Press Freedom Day has origins in Africa, in Namibia. 1991, about editors from Africa met and decided that the Namibia Declaration, Windhoek Declaration. The Windhoek Declaration gave a set of about 17 to 18 points that where editors from Africa hosted a meeting and said for media to fully occupy the space, the fourth estate as it were, it needed to operate under some global predictable characteristics and requirements. That's how the Windhoek Declaration came on board. So those of you who read, again, there's Wi-Fi here, read about the Windhoek Declaration, and you'd see some of the things that the editors in Africa at that time were talking about, and they are still relevant up to today. And that is how then the UN, through a resolution, a UNESCO resolution, adopted 3rd May as the World Press Freedom Day. So it's not a day marked in Kenya alone. It's a global day marked globally, but led by UNESCO, as you are aware, as the UN body in charge. But countries have then, depending on interests, resources, and what, have come up with a number of other activities that then guide. So this year, as Leo has said, the focus is on media, role in development and human rights and related. So media, those of you again who interact with the media would notice that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 19, the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, ICCR, Article 19, the African Charter for Human and People's Rights, Article 9, where our largely Article 34, 5, and 6 borrow from. We actualize it through the 3 articles, 33, 34, and 35, say that by virtue of you being a human being, by virtue of you being a human being, whether you are harms or have notes, whether you come from flood-prone areas or from Nairobi suburbs, so long as you are a human being, then the rights that we enjoy. So Article 19 says you have a right to either receive, impart, exchange, and access information by virtue of just you being a human being. Sure. That's why we borrow our Article 33, 34, and 35 largely to actualize those articles. So they are not unique to Kenya. At the global level, Article 19 of the Declaration of Human Rights, then ICCPR, International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, Article 19, then the African Charter for Human and People's Rights, Article 9. So, and discussions have been there, media calling itself either fourth estate or third estate, by virtue of what a professional media does. So we have a big role. Though there are discussions in Kenya, are we a watchdog, a lapdog, or a guard dog? Those are discussions that people are saying. In Kenya, where are we? Are we still a watchdog? Are we a guard dog? Are we a lapdog? Those are the discussions we are here to talk about. Are we helping in people accessing information? Yes, and which type of information? Is it quality information, information of integrity, or misinformation? We want to recognize the presence of our chief guest, Justice Lenola. Karibu sana, the CEO of Media Council of Kenya, Bwana Moyo MBS, Chairman Media Council of Kenya, Bwana Marina Mwiruri. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. As it were, I was mentioning that today the focus is on media and its role in protecting human rights, development, and the rest. And you notice that away from the long-held, the long-held tradition on what role media does and plays, that even as recent as the SDGs, if you read the SDGs 16A, again, you notice so I know we are religious and you obey the Bible that ukienda kwa mkutano unakaa kwa kiti ya nyuma ndio ipe mbele. Sasa mimi nimewaita mkuje mjana hapa. Mjana. Yeah, colleagues, kindly move to the front seats as we move the hall going upwards. You know, this meeting is by invitation only. It's not a public rally, so we don't expect thousands and thousands. It's by invitation. So kindly move forward. Obviously, we are honored chief guest in one of the best judgments on media-related issues about nation, citizen versus the CA. You have one of the best judgments, which I've read, about 1,000 pages. And it has almost all the history of media in Kenya, how the frequencies, how all things. You read it and there's a whole thesis you can do in it. No, he has one of the best judgments in the media, which I've read personally. It was a case of nation, media, citizen against CA. So, colleagues, obviously, that's where we are. So, the role of media in human development, in human rights, and other things. And we have rightly said that, yes, if media is a watchdog and not a lapdog or a guard dog, then it has a role. And people have written pages and pages on the role of media in the protecting of human rights, role of development, and the rest. And you obviously see the CEO of the council will be releasing a report, the status of the media report later. And if you look at it past and against the past reports, because we do it annually, then if you look at the global trends, then again you start seeing that the credibility of media is going up. Away from the generalized statement people make everywhere in the streets, media Kenya, sioni media siku hizi, mara sioni. Then the same person is telling you, umeona headline ya media leo na amekwambia he never reads media, then he asking you the headline, then you wonder how. A lot of insincerity. But if you look at what is happening, the study will show and other global trends, then we are seeing media credibility going up, trust in media going up, and those are global trends. And we will be seeing the details of that. So that then gives us, President, a lot of trust and hope that media is still as an institution among the leading, most trusted institutions and sources of information. So what we are grappling with is purely now to deal with the issue of fake content, misinformation, disinformation, professionalism, to increase professionalism in the industry, and obviously strengthen the sector to play its rightful role as a fourth estate and a big enabler for almost all that we do. So having said that, I want then to invite Leo, who and Sam Mariah, who is already complaining, and Monday at 9 you're already throwing your hands, so we don't know you have anger problems. So we need to sing the national anthem so that then we move. So karibu Bwana Leo.
Yeah. So our chief guest, our chair, the Media Council of Kenya, our CEO, Dean, Strathmore University, our board members, the police box. Bwana Mshiri, karibu. I'm going to request that we stand for the national anthem. I hope our technician is ready to give us the national anthem, kindly.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. We can remain seated. And as we do that, I'm going to invite our speakers to come to the front, led by the CEO, so that then we are going to be speaking from here. Yes. You can sit at the middle with the chief speaker.
So as already mentioned, I have already done the climate settings. You know, climate change, but same time the case of taking so not the picture, so that then we save on time. There's as well in happening at that, so we are struggling for this currency. What we have in work in the range. I don't be a chain and but again, change it's not on that time. Being now, and pleasure and Strathmore, doing media parts of batteries. Already and we have done police force, and then as I mentioned, our information secretary, who is also a board member of the Media Council of Kenya, and a refined communication specialist, Bwana Temes, karibu sana. Bwana CEO, Media Council of Kenya, Bwana David Omoyo, MBS, karibu sana. Chairman wa Complaints Commission, Wakili Demas, karibu sana. He also serves as the Executive Director wa ICJ Kenya, wakili ambaye kazi yake sana sana ni mambo ya copyright, digital rights na mambo mengine, technology law. President wa Kenya Editors Guild, Madam Zubeida, karibu sana. Chairman mwenyewe wa Media Council of Kenya, Maina Mwiruri. Secretary General wa Deputy Secretary General wa KUJ. You are supposed to represent Eric. Yes. Viti imeisha, usijali tutakuita nafasi ikifika. But karibu sana. So I will learn then to quickly then start the process. So you will make quick remarks. Kidogo sio. Usiongee mingi kama ya tuoli, weka kidogo kidogo, kuja ongea kidogo kidogo. Mambo ya right na wafanyakazi ukisahau to be finished. So he's the Deputy Secretary General of the Kenya Union of Journalists. He's also a serious and senior reporter at Nation Media Group. So please go ahead.
Thank you so much. To the chief guest, the Honorable Justice Isaac Lenola, Judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya, the Chairman of the Media Council of Kenya, Mr. Maina Muiruri, Chairperson of the Complex Commission, Mr. Demas Kiprono, CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, Mr. David Omoya, Dean of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences at Strathmore University, Dr. Magdalene Bimba, President of the Kenya Editors Guild, Zubaida Kananu. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Vincent Owino. I am a journalist, as he said, and also the Deputy Secretary General of the Kenya Union of Journalists. I'm representing our Secretary General, Eric Oduor, who has traveled to Paris to represent us at the International Federation of Journalists Congress. So it is indeed a great pleasure and a privilege to be with all of you here today as we mark this year's World Press Freedom Day, a day when we celebrate journalists and reflect on the opportunities, challenges, misses, and milestones that shape their work. The significance of press freedom to the economic and social well-being of a country cannot be overstated. As Antonio Guterres put it, all freedom depends on press freedom. And indeed, without a free press, accountability and transparency suffer. Yet today we meet at a time when press freedom is under increasing strain globally and locally. The latest Press Freedom Index report by Reporters Without Borders paints a bleak picture showing a decline in media freedom across the world, driven by rising authoritarianism and shrinking democratic space. In Kenya, the situation is just as bad. Journalists continue to face hostilities in the course of their work, from oppressive laws and legal suits to physical attacks by both state and non-state actors determined to suppress the truth. The past few years have particularly been difficult. From the high cost of living protests in 2023 to the Gen Z protests in 2024, journalists have found themselves caught in the middle with both protesters and security officers turning against them. Many have been injured while simply doing their job. These acts of violence must stop. The legal environment also remains a concern. The Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act continues to raise questions, even as we welcome the Court of Appeal decision declaring sections 22 and 23 unconstitutional. The Kenya Union of Journalists, alongside other stakeholders, are currently in the Supreme Court challenging provisions of the Act that threaten press freedom and freedom of expression. At the same time, the media industry is facing serious economic challenges. Newsrooms are shrinking and journalists are losing jobs through restructuring. Too often, experienced journalists are pushed out and replaced with cheaper labor, leaving newsrooms weakened and the profession diminished. While we acknowledge the impact of changing technology, shifting audience behavior, and new business models, these challenges must not come at the expense of journalists' welfare. A strong media industry depends on a strong and protected workforce. As a union, we are concerned about the growing casualization of labor and the erosion of decent jobs in the media. We note the recent Labor Day announcement by President William Ruto on general wage increase, and we will engage employers to ensure that journalists also benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the election period, the challenge of misinformation and disinformation continues to grow. Addressing this requires deliberate investment in professional journalism and a shared commitment to protect the integrity of information. While we continue to call on the government and other stakeholders to uphold press freedom, we also recognize the need for professionalism within our industry. As a union, Our duty is to defend journalists, but that duty also comes with an obligation to speak honestly about the standards that sustain this profession. That means holding ourselves to the same standards we hold others. And in the spirit of defending press freedom, journalists must uphold ethics, accuracy, and fairness, as these are the foundations of public trust. Finally, we must invest in the future of journalism. This means creating supportive, safe, and dignified work environments for young journalists. Mentorship, fair pay, and opportunities for growth are essential if we are to attract and retain great talent in this vital profession. In closing, the Kenya Union of Journalists reaffirms its commitment to protecting journalists and strengthening the media industry. We call upon all stakeholders to support professional journalism and safeguard press freedom. Finally, we invite you to the Pan-African Media Summit next week here in Nairobi, where we will continue these important conversations. Thank you, and I wish you a happy World Press Freedom Day.
So how do you see it? So then I'll call upon the president of the guild, Madam Zubeida, to come and talk to us. Karibu sana. Tunatumia hii. Hii ita make presentation baadaye. Okay. Jerry zinashindana hapa.
Wacha yubaki tu haina neno. Oh my goodness. It's a beautiful day, is it? And why are we so sad? We look so... Are we okay? Happy World in Press Freedom Day. Are we free? We are not. Do we have any reason to smile or be happy? Yeah? But I'm happy to see all of you. Justice Lenola, Judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya. Temesi Mukani from the Ministry of ICT. Michael Mushiri, Police Spokesperson. Deputy SG, KUJ, thank you so much. Maina Mwiruri, Chairman, Media Council of Kenya. David Omoyo, CEO, Media Council of Kenya. Magdalene Dimba, Dean, School of Humanities and Social Sciences. Dimas Kiprono, Chairperson, Complaints Commission. Fellow editors, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Yes, thank you so much. So today we gather here under a theme that is both a mandate and a prayer, shaping a future at peace. In the context of our nation, peace is not merely the absence of conflict. It is the presence of justice and the safety of those who speak truth to power. Justice Patrick Kiage recently offered a profound truth that resonates deeply today. Journalism is a mirror. When you see a reflection of who you are and you don't like it, you don't break the mirror, you clean yourself. To our guests from the judiciary and the executive, for too long, the response to a difficult reflection has been an attempt to shatter the glass. We see this in the rising tide of intimidation and legal bullying. But we refuse to let the mirror break, because without it, the nation cannot see where it needs to clean itself. We must move toward a culture where the messenger is protected and the message is heeded. To those who feel the mirror has distorted the truth, I want to be clear. Kenya has established robust professional channels for grievance. We have a functional complaints commission, and the chair is here, and the Media Council, specifically to address professional lapses. I invite any aggrieved party to use these institutional pathways. Let us replace threats with dialogue and harassment with formal complaints. To shape a future at peace, we must move away from the physical and digital intimidation. of journalists and towards a culture of civil professional accountability. We are standing at a pivotal moment, a high-stakes electoral cycle. Data from the Media Council of Kenya reveals that a startling reality. Over 75% of the journalists who will be at the front lines next year will be covering an election for the very first time. This young generation is entering a field where, according to Amwick, more than 60% of their colleagues do not feel safe. We cannot have a peaceful future if those tasked with reporting it live or live in fear of the very people meant to protect them. We must end the culture of threats that spikes during political seasons. A safe journalist is a professional journalist. We speak of justice, yet in this very room stands a colleague who has waited for over 3 years for justice, marked by a scar on his face after a tear gas canister was fired at him during protests. That is what delayed justice looks like. And I see him standing right in front of me. To shape a future at peace, we as editors must also look inward. In the past, the media, and specifically vernacular stations, has been accused of fueling division. We are changing that narrative. Through our MOU with the IBC, the Guild is committed to rigorous capacity building. We are ensuring that from the newsroom to the tallying center, there is only one version of the truth, the verified one. We are also deploying AI and emerging technologies as shields, using them to counter misinformation and foreign influence in real time, ensuring the mirror remains clear and unclouded by external agendas. Ladies and gentlemen, peace cannot be built on a foundation of precariousness. Honorable Justice Lenola, while we appreciate judiciary support, we must address the rise of SLAPs, strategic lawsuits against public participation. These are not seeking justice, they are seeking to bankrupt newsrooms into silence. Coupled with delayed justice, these legal hurdles act as slow motion gag order. Furthermore, we must address the human costs. We cannot have an independent press if our journalists are struggling with mental health challenges or financial instability. A journalist who cannot afford a meal is a journalist vulnerable to influence. Stability is our best defense against bias. The latest World Press Freedom Index tells us that global press freedom is at its lowest level in over 2 decades. Only a tiny fraction of humanity enjoys a truly free press. UNESCO reminds us that we are on a complex battlefield where misinformation spreads faster than facts and attacks against women journalists are rising sharply. What does this mean for us? It means the conversation about peace cannot be separated from the conversation about journalism. Where journalism is weakened, truth becomes fragile. And where truth is fragile, peace becomes impossible. To the 75% who are about to cover their first election, the Kenya Editors Guild stands with you. We will continue to advocate for your safety, your rights, and your dignity. To our guests, engagers, critiquers, but above all, let us protect the mirror so that together we can see the path toward a future at peace. As I conclude, as my colleague has stated, I invite you all to be part of our inaugural Pan-African Media Summit on 13th and 14th at Safari Park, 13th and 14th of this month. Kindly register and join us as we continue to shape the future of media in our continent. Let us not just report on the future. Let us ensure the future we shape is one where truth prevails and peace is permanent. Thank you very much for your attention.
Asante sana Presida, ambaye pia ni mhariri wa miaka mingi, ambaye tunamwaminia sana. So asante sana. Next is I want to invite Dr. Magdalene Dimba, the Dean, Strathmore. Obviously, in your speech, you will also welcome us. We were looking at protocol. You will have come number one, but so mezea tu hivyo hivyo. So karibu sana Dean.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, the Honorable Justice Lenola, all protocols observed, good morning. Allow me to ride on the protocol that has already been mentioned before. And on behalf of Strathmore University, management, and the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, I'd like to welcome you to Strathmore University as we congregate to mark the 2026 World Press Freedom Day. Under the theme, Shaping a Future at Peace. And considering that we are a university and we are interested in helping students, in helping the young to forge their way in different areas, in different selection of courses, then you find that this is very relevant for us today. We at Strathmore, and especially the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, are delighted to host you because under the banner of one of our programs, the Bachelor of Arts in Communication, this course is more than an academic program. It is a space where we try to shape our young so that they may become future journalists, communicators, and media leaders who are well-formed and who really resonate with some of the themes, with the theme that you have today. At the school, we are intentional about producing graduates who are not only skilled, but also grounded in our ethical values. Some of the principles we hold strongly at Strathmore, you may have seen them as you walk around, but I want to outline two of them that resonate with what we are celebrating today. We strongly emphasize freedom and responsibility as a value and service to society. These principles guide us as we strive to develop professionals who understand that communication is not merely about transmitting information, but about shaping the society. Sometimes I see the stories that the students are able to write. I see the films that they produce. And for sure, depending on what they do, depending on some of these things, how they've written, actually they shape how we think, they shape what we think, and sometimes even how we are going to respond to an issue. And so those of you who are here as communication specialists and those in other areas, we realize that you play a very big role. Today's event is therefore a strong endorsement of our communication program and a reminder of our responsibility to nurture ethical communicators who can contribute meaningfully, not only for their own welfare, but they contribute meaningfully to the nation and to the global conversations, especially about peace. Freedom and responsibility are essential in media practice. A free press is crucial, but a responsible press is essential for us to have peace. In a media landscape often shaped by information overload, AI-generated material, disputed facts, and at times many times a free and responsible media is critical. Peace is achieved through the promotion of justice and accountability and the existence of an informed society. All this cannot exist without media that is both free, peaceful, and ethical. For us at Strathmore, this event holds special meaning. For those students we have today, or who have been are part of this function and are part of this day, you're entering a field that demands courage, integrity, and discernment. You will be called upon many times to communicate in moments of tension, to verify in times of uncertainty, and to remain principled, ethical, when it is most difficult. You should always remember, as we always tell you, your freedom to tell stories, carry the responsibility to tell them truthfully, fairly, and with humanity. As we walk towards shaping our future for peace, let us ask ourselves, what kind of media landscape are we building? Are we promoting dialogue or division? Are we informing citizens or inflaming tension? Let this day help us make a renewed commitment to defend press freedom, to uphold ethical standards in journalism and in any area that we work in, to support journalists in their vital work, and to nurture the next generation to communicate with both freedom, responsibility, and peacefully. In conclusion, I encourage all of us here today to continue collaborating, since we all come from different areas, to ensure that media serves as a force of truth, justice, and peace. Ultimately, a peaceful future is not something that simply comes into existence. It is something we must actively shape. And at Strathmore University, we have that responsibility of shaping the young ones so that they come out to do the best that they can possibly do. I wish to thank you once again for choosing Strathmore, for coming to celebrate this day here together with us. And I wish you a meaningful and impactful World Press Freedom Day. Welcome.
Thank you. As you are aware, a number of people have mentioned it. Next week, that is the 13th, 14th, we have the Pan-African Media Conference in Nairobi. It's by invitation. So I will not say the venue because it's by invitation. So, but the only thing you need to do, we'll put the invitation, the application, accreditation place, then you apply. So that then we manage the numbers, as you are aware. So we must know the number of people coming. So on 13th, 14th, global, we are bringing together people from 31 Africa countries from Africa, Asia, and Europe. So far confirmed with a number of panel discussions on a number of issues, starting from AI, information manipulation, ethics, media regulation in a changing world, and so we want to invite you, but you must put in some effort. Wi-Fi iko hapa bure, apply nani leo utasoma hiyo nani wa apply kutumia Wi-Fi ya Strathmore kidogo pia wa benefit. So obviously, and for the discussions, those of you who read and are interested in the topic at hand, you could also look at I Accuse the Press by Philip Ochieng, a very known book. It has some of the issues that are coming up here. My Tribe is Journalism by Howard Ross, very good book. You can also read the CNN Effect on Media and Peace. There's a paper called the CNN Effect, how media plays a role in peace and nation building. These are issues that, and we are pushing this discussion to universities deliberately. Daktari is not by default. We want to have strong engagements with learning institutions so that we can inspire research, current research. We want to see topics, people doing thesis on recent things, not the coverage of malaria. Malaria has been there for too long. We need students to start doing new things, and this discussion, bring such meetings in universities, we hope will inspire the lecturers and students to start looking at media in a changed environment. So having said that, I want to invite Bwana Mshiri, the police spokes, to talk to us. Karibu sana Bwana Mshiri.
Our chief guest today, all protocols observed.
God has blessed you with the height. So
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, our chief guest and all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, communication people, the media people. I started here this morning, very, very delighted to be amongst this very honorable people here to give remarks from the Inspector General himself, who would have been here, but is involved in another state function this morning. Before I read some remarks from the Inspector General, let me say this. At the National Police Service, we continue to engage with the media. We continue to every day engage and talk, because I know we've been accused in the past, particularly the National Police Service, that we've trampled on the rights of the media. It's true, there's been a history, but moving forward and in the continued journey of reforms and transformation, the assurance from the Inspector General and the National Police Service at large is that the space that we occupy between ourselves as National Police Service and the media, the space is enough for all of us. So it's a question of working collaboratively in an interactive way to ensure that this space is a space for the service of Kenyans. We cannot say that as a National Police Service, we occupy a higher space than the media. No. So we have to continue collaborating. We have to continue working closely together. And I assure you that in the journey of transformation and reforms, we can only get better. Allow me to read the remarks from the Inspector General of the National Police Service, Mr. Douglas Kanja, on this day where we are commemorating World Press Freedom Day at this great institution. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Media Council of Kenya for the invitation and for recognizing the importance of the security perspective in safeguarding press freedom and strengthening responsible journalism in Kenya. Yesterday, we joined the rest of the world in marking the word freedom. It's actually today, themed shaping a future of peace. It's a day that reminds us that it's vital, the vital role a free and independent media plays in our society. Today, we gather at this forum not only in celebration, but also with a shared sense of purpose. It is an opportunity to reflect deeply on the evolving landscape of media and journalism, to confront the pressing challenges and threats facing the profession, among other important discussions. This moment calls for renewed commitment and collective action. We must foster collaboration among ourselves, the stakeholders here represented, and strengthen frameworks that protect press freedom. By doing so, we can move forward with a unified vision, one that ensures the media continues to serve as a pillar of accountability, truth, and public trust in an ever-changing world. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our presence here today is a testament to the fact that security and freedom are not opposing forces, but responsibilities that must be balanced with care and integrity. It also speaks to the role of policing, not only as enforcers of the law, but as defenders of fundamental rights and freedoms, to the critical partnership between law enforcement and the media in safeguarding democracy, fostering transparency and public trust, and to the recognition that we must coexist and support one another. Article 34 of the Constitution of Kenya places media freedom as a pillar of democracy. It guarantees the freedom and independence of the media. Article 33 of the Constitution complements this by guaranteeing freedom of expression for every person, the freedom to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas. These provisions together affirm that a free press is not optional. It is a constitutional right and a cornerstone of our democracy, but one which must be exercised in compliance with Article 33, subsection 2. As the National Police Service, it's our duty to ensure that those who seek truth can do so without fear or intimidation. Our duty is to maintain law and order, but equally it's to uphold the rights and freedoms guaranteed to every citizen, including the freedom of the press. Indeed, the work of journalists is not easy. You go where many would hesitate to go. You report from scenes of conflict, crime, and crisis. You ask difficult questions, and you hold institutions, including our own, accountable. The National Police Service recognizes this as an essential part of democracy. It must therefore be clear that the role of the police is not to obstruct the media, but to support and protect their lawful work. This means respecting the rights of journalists to report freely. It means enabling them to carry out their work without intimidation, harassment, or unnecessary restrictions. It means recognizing their presence at public events, scenes of crime, and incidents as legitimate and important. Equally important is the safety of journalists. No member of the press should face violence or threats simply for doing their job. As police officers, we have a duty to ensure their protection, just as we would for any other citizen. Any attack on a journalist is an attack on the public's right to know. Our responsibility as the National Police Service also calls for a deliberate and continuous transformation in how we communicate. The timely release of accurate, informative, and factual information is essential to curbing speculation and the spread of misinformation. In this digital age, where information travels instantly and narratives can quickly become distorted, clarity and consistency are not optional, they are indeed a duty. When you communicate truthfully, proactively, and with accountability in mind, we strengthen public confidence. This extends beyond the media to our institutions as a whole, reinforcing legitimacy, cooperation, and civic responsibility. Through the Directorate of Corporate Communication and the police spokesperson, the service is committed to continually improving engagement with the media and the public. This includes enhancing responsiveness, embracing social media and modern communication platforms, building the capacity of officers in strategic communication, and fostering constructive partnership with journalists. By so doing, we aim to create an environment where accurate information prevails, mutual respect is upheld, and both the police and the media can effectively serve the public interest. The National Police Service remains open and receptive to continue dialogue and engagement with the media on all matters of public interest. We have had the privilege of hosting many of you, and we look forward to continued partnership. This occasion offers us a moment of reflection and marks a renewed commitment to partnership. We are partners serving the same public. When we work together with mutual respect and understanding, we strengthen transparency, accountability, and ultimately democracy itself. To all of you in the media, we recognize your contribution, we respect your role, and we commit to supporting your work. Finally, the National Police Service remains steadfast in its commitment to providing the highest quality of service and maintaining public trust through professionalism, accountability, and community engagement. We are dedicated to upholding the law, protecting lives and property, and promoting safe and secure environment for all, including journalists. Thank you.
Asante sana. Under the previous Kenya Media Sector Working Group, you remember we had a subsection on the coalition on rapid response, and we had a focal point under your department. You could revive it. It was very helpful. And where they had stationed a particular officer to be dealing with matters related to media for rapid response. If our journalists tackle, so we could call and we could help, get help. So it's something that you could think through.
No doubt about that. And we are going to engage a little bit more on that, even after this forum. Thank you so much.
Please, yeah.
Asanteni.
Yeah, and obviously we have had a very good working relation. Kenya Media, the Editors Guild and Media Council of Kenya have been invited officially severally to do training in Kiganjo.
Correct.
And the Police Leadership Center in Bulbul. We go, they give us sessions to teach the leadership.
For which you are very, very delighted. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so ukae kidogo chai, tukuongee, tuone vile tutapeleka mbele, sio? Obviously now, at that, as they say, it is not English, but at that juncture, I want now to invite the CEO, our team lead, Bwana David Omoyo, CEO Media Council of Kenya, MDS, to make the presentation, plus as we mentioned, I'll give you this mobile a bit, so that his speech will be a practical presentation of the status of the media report in a summarized manner. But we'll then later share to all of you the report we are launching today of who is consuming which media, where, the leading station, the leading radio station, and the rest. So that we make his speech away from. So colleagues, that's where we are, but a lot of things, again, those of you who read, and you must read, obviously, SDG number 16A, it talks about role of media, peace, and the rest, the topic at hand, SDG 16A. Please get time and refer to it. You will get more info about it.
Thank you very much, Victor, and welcome. Mmekuwa wengi sana, itatusumbua. Yes, yeah. Mmekuwa wapishi wengi. So, Chief Justice Lenola, Madam Dean, our host, Chair of the Council and the Council members, Chair Complaints Commission, Madam President, Chair Messi on behalf of the PS, and Bwana Moshiri, spokesman. Ladies and gentlemen, Amjambo. I want to dive right into the report. I don't know what you are doing, sir. So that we look at, so I will give you just 10 or so slides from the State of the Media Report 2025. It is one of the constitutional mandates we are required to do by law. We are supposed to carry out a survey and publicize the public confidence in the media in Kenya. So we did this survey 15th to 23rd in April. We had 3,074 applicants. We went through the whole country. We used the computer-assisted interview. I say this because it's a requirement in ethical reporting of surveys to provide this information when you talk about how to report opinion polls and surveys. And finally is that the entire process was financed by the MCK internal funds. Those who here in social science research say that it is a requirement to report who financed and the purpose for which. So we did this as a constitutional requirement, and that's what we did. I would like to state that there is a lot more data that is available for people, those who want to know which media house to work for and all that. There is more. So what I'm going to give you are just the highlights. We spoke to people who are 54% under 35 years, more than 52% have at least a diploma qualification, 76% wako na kama 30K, and the gender was about 55-45. Na tulikuwa na wale watu wa informal economy wanaitwa hustlers 49%. So tukusumbua na degree peke yake. Spoke to that. How do Kenyans consume media? Social media. And I want to clarify that when you see we have the red and the blue, I think blue is for 2024, red is 2025. We have social media at the lowest, social media as the highest, and print at the lowest. Radio and television remain hapo katikati, and then we have online and news. So social media has overtaken TV as the primary source of news at 27%, TV iko 25 na radio 19. What you will notice has been the shift. Newspaper consumption has fallen. We were at around 17% last year. We are now down to 13%. So 13% of the people doing have gone down. Online news has increased marginally, but it's usually a very thin line between social media and online news, isn't it? So if you cumulate, you look at the social media of almost 35%, and then the online news, you realize that the numbers are going up, and TV and radio hold there. The factors of this TV and radio know that wanasema kuna last mile connectivity, digital headsets, consuming radio and TV online, and access to set-top boxes. Attention. We have 57% of people who watch TV. The numbers have fallen. We used to have 63%. So 6% people no longer watch TV, but I believe they watch something on their phone. 73% of those people watch during prime time, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. The people who watch radio, the majority of them are 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. That tells you that then TV, what wanna watch after, after the day and you're at home relaxing, isn't it? And radio, people listen to it on their way to work, part of kwa gari, kwa matatu. I am told that gari za kutoka Buru na Kilimani, they do Maina and Kingangi in the morning. But gari za kutoka Kawangware na Kangemi, they listen to Gidi and a Ghost Patanisho. Still radio. Anyway, in TV, we still have a very, very wide margin between number one and number two, with 50% of the daily viewers of TV going to Citizen TV. You'll see that is such a huge margin because the next one is 8%. And then we have 7% on KTN, Inoro, TV47, and the others. There is a very huge margin between this. For the record is that this data, msijali sana, is available for free to journalists and media houses and all that. And what I'm giving here, just it's less than 2% of the data. We had a little very deep information, the classifications, which region has which numbers and all that. So those who want, you'll be told how to access it. This and a little more data for people who are doing media planning and all that for free, because it is paid by taxpayer budget. In radio, we still have Radio Citizen topping. But luckily now already we have then Radio Maisha and others coming up immediately thereafter. We do not have such a wide margin in radio. And then you will notice something. I know we will explain later that English speaking, Kiss FM and Classic, that is a Radio Africa group, isn't it? So when you interrogate radio data, you'll find that radio is primarily Swahili and then vernacular. People do Citizen, Radio Jambo, Radio Maisha, then tunaenda Inoro, Ramogi, Kas and all that. Then we do that. So the people who listen to Classic and Kiss are minority. Minority in the name of a national sample. But if you do now the living standards and level of literacies and all that, you will find that we will have another slide available not for this presentation when you classify and say the people who are rural, peri-urban, learned, the working class and all that, you will notice now the spikes where Classic 105 and Kiss is leading. But when you do a national sample from all the counties, then you realize then we go back to the default of Tuko Patanisho, Matuko Radio Citizen and all that. So this info for those, and I know we are in a hallowed institution of learning, those who know is that when you now break down the data for what you want, living standards, the Lower Eastern, the Nairobi and all that, you'll be able to see what radio. You'll be surprised that the radio that tops countrywide is not among the top in Nairobi, because it's a very small audience, you know, wale watu wa Kilimani na Burusi wengi. But then the overall, if you combine everybody else, they are many. I need to mention something on TV, important before I forget. I am scrolling back. We noticed a spike that TV, apart from news, sasa sopo parasi popular tena. People do news and sports. You see Maisha Magic, you see K24, but if you go down to the coast, it's not here, you will see it. We have Azam TV, a TV based out of the country, which is really gone up. You know what Azam TV does, isn't it? Bongo music, sports and betting. It seems to be leading at the coast, I think. I think we saw that it's going up at the coast. So apart from Bongo and all that, there's therefore a spike in betting. So this slide is not here, but it's available for those who want to get the data for processing, for academic purposes, and those who want to go to do their planning. It's because for the first time, normally we have had, I think KTN News was fairly popular in Uganda, and Citizen TV was fairly popular in TZ. I think it was the number 2 overall. Now we are getting a Tanzanian TV station, all right, taking care of leading in an entire region of the country. The newspapers are not doing well. We are noticing a decline from 29% of Kenyans who are reading newspapers in 2024 to 13%. So people have moved. And most read newspaper is the Daily Nation. And most of these guys read the digital version. So what wa kununua gazeti, not that many. We have no slide here. Maybe it will come next, where we will show the ranking of the online platforms. And I will explain what we found out, what happens. Now, we found that while Nation leads, followed by on online, Nation Africa, Tuko, Citizen, KBC, and all that, people who visit the website, there is still a lot of room for improvement because we have other now emerging content creators where you find that the category of others is almost 30% because there is a 5%, 2% and all that. The independent content creators is a very big emerging space. You have had us speak before about it, the need to start to license and accredit independent content producers as legitimate media platforms. If the guys taking lead are bound by the ethical code of conduct. There has been major attrition of professionals from newsrooms, and many of them are coming together and producing content, professional media content. We don't think that we should now not recognize them because they are not based on a TV or radio we know. If they come together, it's a bunch of people we know, professionals, and now they either do their work on podcast or YouTube or wherever. We think that they should be recognized and all that. We do not just want to recognize people who do this on a radio or TV we know. We have 74% of Kenyans who use digital media. Remember, juxtapose that against 13 who read newspaper. So it's not about what, basically we have them all there. Now the challenge is where they go. WhatsApp. These WhatsApp groups and forwards and WhatsApp, forwards. And also it has become a major platform for circulation, isn't it? Forwarding news and all that and all that. I think even the link for today's event has been shared to people on WhatsApp. I've seen even our colleagues from Rwanda asking now to move WhatsApp and all that. Then of course after there now they will click and go to YouTube and wherever. Facebook comes there. The third one, you notice TikTok. It was 14% last year and Facebook was 20%. Now TikTok is at 15% and Facebook is at 18%. So really the competition is tight so that we have WhatsApp is 20, 18, 15. Then of course YouTube, Instagram, Messenger na Telegram. Telegram ni 4%. Telegram ni wanasemaga they are sharing confidential information, haiwezi kuhakiwa. Lakini mnajidanganya tu. We will not tell you that. Okay. Question. Do Kenyans think that media covers government fairly? Last year, 74% of Kenyans thought that the media covers government unfairly. 26% wakasema tunaona media is doing a good job. This year Wakenya wanasema hapana. 54% of Kenyans think the media is doing a good job. And those who think the media is being unfair to government has dropped from 74% to 46%, isn't it? Yes. Those who want to, it's really a 27% swing in confidence. So, sometimes it's very hard to define government when you look at this up. Tuko na policy, tuko na judiciary, tuko na ministry. Because government is in different arms, isn't it? Most important is that 27% more Kenyans now think that the media is doing a fair job from last year. That's a very important matter, 27% more. So that's a public trust of down from 26% last year to 54%. I think maybe by the time last year we were doing this survey, there had been a lot of narratives about media hii, hawapendi serikali and all that, isn't it? I think naturally Kenyans have learned to say, hey, maybe we think we can trust the media and all that. So there's a very good confidence. Public trust in the media overall. Remember what I've replied is about how Kenyans think the media is covering government, isn't it? Now, 79% Kenyans think the media is doing a good job. They trust the media. It was 74.5% last year. So journalists Kenyans are comfortable with what you're doing. They believe that you're doing a good job. That is an increase of 5%. I want to insist here that this is the question that the Media Council Act requires that we carry out and publicize Kenyans' perception of the media. 79% think that the media is doing a good job. The numbers have gone up from last year. I think for that reason, see what Victor, journalists can take tea for free and you pay. Chairman, watu wanapenda sana. What concerns Kenyans most about media work? Disinformation and inadequate coverage of key issues. Sometimes Kenyans think that we stick either too much in politics and forget to cover matters, education, health, agriculture, and all that. Bias in reporting and too many adverts. Najua Wakenya hajui kwamba we need adverts to pay for electricity and salaries. So I think tunataka kama ni kipindi wana watch usiweke advert katikati. Kama ni news to watch it news, but now so there are certain things that they have to live with, isn't it? But again, that's so we can realize that apart from a bit of disinformation and inadequate coverage, there is several good. They are concerned about gambling, and they think that overall freedom of expression concerns the media freedom. AI. 59% of Kenyans are aware when AI is being used in the media. Only 41% hapana tambua sana. 63% hawezi jua kama ni AI ama ni typesetting and all that. But 61% of Kenyans believe they have seen AI in the media. So what are the takeaways? Digital is the new leader. Television has its grip shaken a bit. Kenyans, the perception of credibility in media has improved. And print is in terminal decline. Food for thought. So I want to say again that there is so much, the survey had so much data. There's further breakdowns and all that, and especially the partners institutions and all that. You will be given access even to the raw data itself. But that is, ladies and gentlemen, that is the state of Kenyan media. Asanteni sana. I am told that I have a new appointment as the MC now to invite the next 3 people, the Chairman, Media Complaints Commission, Bwana Dimas, and then I appoint you MC to appoint the Chairman of the Media Council, and then the Chair of the Media Council will invite Bwana Tamesi on behalf of the PS, who will invite the chief guest. So mahali kunaenda sasa, everybody is, you present and you are the MC. It's a double job. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, CEO. When you said that the print is almost terminal, it was very worrying because most of our cases are from print. Yeah. Our chief guest, Honorable Justice Isaac Lenola. All protocols observed. Chairperson, Media Council. My fellow commissioners of the Media Complaints Commission, members of the board of the Media Council. Good morning. Yes. Today, as we mark the World Press Freedom Day, I want to celebrate not just the right to report, but the health of the ecosystem that it supports. At the Media Complaints Commission, we take pride in being a friendlier forum for dispute resolution. We are not a courtroom. We are a table where dialogue replaces litigation, where apologies and corrections matter more than penalties. That spirit of collaboration is our greatest strength. Yet we are noticing an interesting trend. More and more, corporate actors are bringing cases before us, seeking remedies for what they see as unfair coverage. That is their right. But I must note that we are yet to see a single journalist bring a case. Not one. That silence speaks volumes. It suggests too many in the press still view us with suspicion or worse, fear. I invite you to use this friendly forum. The digital era has changed the newsroom, as you've seen in the presentation. The speed, the algorithms, the noise, but it has not killed it. Investigative reporting still breaks tyrants. Local news still binds communities, and the truth, however delayed by clickbait, still finds its light. So on this day, let us defend press freedom and let us ensure the guardians of that freedom are not afraid to seek their own justice. So that was the written part of the speech. It's good that we have the judiciary present here, because the judiciary has played a very big role in terms of protecting press freedom. Recently, the Court of Appeal gave us the ruling in which Section 22 and 23 of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act was struck down. It's still the judiciary that removed criminal defamation, which was really a threat to press freedom. And it's the judiciary that also removed the misuse of a licensed telecommunication device. I happen to have participated in all those cases, and Judge Lenola, we are coming to the Supreme Court. So, in the cybercrimes case. But yes, press freedom is really the oxygen of our democracy, and we must protect it jealously. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity to invite the chairperson of the Media Council. Why don't we read it?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Allow me to extend my protocols a bit, not starting with a big table. Grateful that the invite has brought us people who know this industry well, and tunawashukuru sana. Starting with our host, Dr. Magdalene Dimba. Another host, Dr. Arbogast Akidiva. My colleagues in the board of the Media Council, Enoch Monari, Tabitha Mutemi, Tim Wanyonyi, Temesi, you'll be last, and Zawe Hambusau, who works with the chair here. I would also like to recognize a very important section to media. The people who who are in academia, and they train the young journalists. Because the future now is, if you see the theme today, the future lies with you people. You are the ones giving us the next crop. Dr. Joanne Gadoni, Otuma Ongalo, Fred Wahaga. I'll tell you why I'm mentioning the veterans. Andy Kagwa, Millicenta Ward, Ken Bosire, Topista Napsoba, Radio is Osiku. If I've left you out, I recognize you, especially the veterans and the young journalists who are coming up. You are the future. And now the big table. Bwana Mushiri, asante sana, police spokes. A representative of the PS, Bwana Temesi, who is also a member of the board of the Media Council. Bwana CEO, David Omoyo, Chair, Complaints has already invited me. The only president on the lineup. And a judge of the Supreme Court, Justice Lenola, president, Justice, unlike the chair, I'm starting with the unwritten part, then I'm finishing with the, because I want you people to wake up. Judge Lenola, when I was a reporter, taught us at the Standard newspaper a very good lesson. When I met him today, it's what I reminded him. I remember him for that. He taught us media law and media ethics, and it stuck. Asante sana, Judge. When you mention media freedom, to the journalists I've mentioned here, the veterans, they might be biased. They'll tell the youngsters, you people have too much freedom. Nikucheza mnacheza. And I'll tell you why. 1991, multi-party started coming. As a young reporter, very young, we used to be sent to cover people who cannot even appear in public because they'll be arrested. So we call press conferences and you run to Chester House. That's Matiba and Rubia. After you take notes, as you leave, special branch takes your notebooks. You go back to the newsroom without a notebook. Photographers, the cameras were not digital. Ilikuwa ingine ya kilo 5 Betacam. Is it still there? Betacam inatolewa film. You go back to the newsroom without anything. And the editor now has to rely on your memory. What did Rubia say? What did Matiba say? You remember. And they may not publish it. Because the day they formed Ford, 7 of them, Ford was not legal. But Kenya Constitution, they discovered a clause where you could form a party of 7 without registering. So Martin Shikuku read the statement. We have formed a party and we don't need to register. It was not called a party, it was called a cell. So we went back to the newsroom. The editors, instead of accepting your story, there were no mobile phones. He calls the editor, Nation editor. Munaenda na hii? Nation says, no, we can't. Standard, you cannot touch that one. The following day, after Ford was launched, there was no word Ford in the newspaper. That's press freedom now. No one mentioned it. It took 2 days, how they made it appear in the newspaper, to wait for a guy who died. It was called Sharif Nasir and Joseph Kamodo. Media now ask him, these people launched a party. What do you say? Kamodo reacts, and now the newspapers carry the reaction. Kamodo has blasted the government, opposition, dissidents. We used to call them dissidents. Even in your story, you write and you call them dissidents. Moi goes to the ASK show. Ford, the company, has a huge tractor called Ford Ferguson. Moi is standing here, and the word Ford is here, the tractor. He's launching it. Photographers took photos. The security men called them. Remove every photo that has shown the word Ford of a tractor. So, press freedom now in a written speech. So when the veterans I've mentioned will tell you we've come from far. My point is, the future is here. Media freedom is progressive. We are progressing. And it's impressive to progress. You wouldn't want to go back there. Indeed, Kenya, I think, can never agree to go back to those days. And we used to think it's very normal. And things were tough. And we used to do stories, and they still appear. And sometimes people are arrested. I have to read without specs because I was laughing. It is my honor to join you today as we commemorate this year's World Press Freedom Day, a day set aside globally to reflect on the vital role of free, independent, and responsible media in society. That's what we would like. This year's theme, shaping a future at peace. That's what we yearn for. Even those days, we yearned for that, and I think we are heading there. This could not be more timely. It is a powerful reminder that peace is not simply the absence of war or conflict. It is the active, daily presence of truth, accountability, and informed public discourse. Values that only a vibrant and fiercely professional media can sustain and defend. A free press is the lifeblood of any democratic society. It arms citizens with the information they need to make meaningful decisions, amplifies voices that would otherwise go unheard, and holds institutions to account. Journalists are not merely storytellers. They are custodians of truth and indispensable actors in building a stable, cohesive, and inclusive society. Ladies and gentlemen, the Media Council of Kenya remains steadfast in its mandate, anchored firmly in the Media Council Act, to promote and protect media freedom whilst upholding the highest standards of professionalism. Through the Code of Conduct for Media Practice, which was, as you all know, was revised the other day, expanded even rather, we guide journalists in the pursuit of accuracy, fairness, and ethical reporting. Because responsible journalism is not optional. It is the foundation upon which public trust is built. Responsible journalism prevents conflict, counters misinformation, and fosters national unity. This is especially critical during periods of heightened national significance, such as elections, to which we are moving next year, and public crisis, when the risk of inflammatory and divisive reporting is at its peak. Our work is to ensure the media informs without inciting and builds rather than divides. The safety and protection of journalists is and will remain a top priority for this council. A peaceful media environment cannot exist where journalists operate under the shadow of fear, intimidation, or physical threat. We have put in place robust safety guidelines, rapid response interventions, and strengthened collaboration with security agencies and media stakeholders to ensure every journalist can do their work without fear. Yet the situation on the ground demands our urgent attention. During this period, the Council has documented 12 press freedom violations across the country, ranging from threats and harassment to outright physical attacks. More troublingly, we have observed a disturbing new pattern in which politicians deploy hired individuals, goons, it has become a common word in Kenya now, to intimidate and silence journalists. This is unacceptable, and we condemn it unreservedly. Ladies and gentlemen, The numbers tell a sobering story. In the past year alone, the Council verified 92 cases of press freedom violations. With the general elections scheduled for August 2027, we anticipate that the number will rise. This paints a grim picture of the fragile and increasingly unsafe environment in which Kenyan journalists carry out their duties. Equally alarming is the situation facing women journalism. A study commissioned by the Association of Media Women in Kenya, and I recognize Queen Tambori, I've seen her here, found that 64.8% of women journalists have experienced safety or security breaches in the course of their work. I could finish the last paragraph now with respect, otherwise they'll wonder, is this the chairman? Squeezy Hawaii Machoine. To strengthen our media landscape from within, the Council is investing deliberately in capacity building through targeting training programs in conflict-sensitive reporting, digital safety, and ethical storytelling. We are equipping journalists with the skills they need to navigate an increasingly complex information environment and to do so with integrity. Accountability, too, is central to the credible and peaceful media ecosystem. The Media Complaints Commission chair continues to serve as an independent and transparent platform for addressing grievances between the public and the media. Its work reinforces public trust while protecting editorial independence, and it remains a vital pillar of our regulatory framework. We must also confront the emerging threats that lie ahead, the rapid spread of misinformation and disinformation, and the growing menace of online harassment directed at journalists. These challenges demand innovative, collaborative, and forward-looking responses. The Council is actively engaging government agencies, media organizations, civil society, and international partners through policy development, public awareness campaigns, and strategic partnerships to ensure that the digital transformation of media strengthens rather than undermines the values of truth and accountability. As I finish, none of us can achieve this alone. Today, I call upon every stakeholder in this room and beyond to reaffirm an unwavering commitment to press freedom and responsibility. Let us reject, without equivocation, all forms of violence, intimidation, and censorship directed at journalists. Let us champion a media that is ethical, professional, and fearless in the pursuit of truth. Above all, let us never lose sight of this: the future of peace, stability, and progress that we all seek depends on, in no small measure, the strength and integrity of our press. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Now, my singular humble duty to invite, on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Temesi Mukani.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's very rare for your chair to invite you. It's such a rare thing that my chair is the one who is inviting me. Our chief guest, Justice Isaac Lenola, the judge of the Supreme Court, the leadership of our media associations and institutions led by the Media Council, our host, this very beautiful university. I must confess that for the 26 years I've lived in this town called Nairobi, this is my second time at Daystar. No, sorry, Strathmore. I don't know why there's that confusion. But the reason is because when we came to this city, Strathmore was known for people who love numbers, maths. So you are either an accountant or doing something close to numbers. But for those of us who are not gifted in that area, and there were also very interesting stories that you needed a suit to come in, all those stories we used to read. But I'm glad that now they're also even offering media courses. So the other time I came here as a University of Nairobi student for a moot court, and I was in a suit. So I'm glad that I'm back to this great institution called Strathmore University that has a very strong and long history. I will not take the risk of my chair. I will read the speech as given to me by my leaders. And first I must bring greetings from the leadership of the ministry, led by His Excellency Kabogo, our minister, and my PS, Bwana Stephen Isaboke, who is an industry insider. I will also, after I read the speech, I will also tell you a few things because I'm your desk officer at the ministry. So I'm your lead technical officer for the sector. So the things that the policy leaders may miss, I will also share with you because such fora are very good for public accountability. So I'll read the speech for my principal secretary, Bwana Stephen Isaboke. So I'm glad to join you as we commemorate World Press Freedom Day 2026. We gather under a theme that is both contemporary and urgent, shaping a future at peace. In this information age, where our society is filled with information overload, a free and independent press has evolved, and it's no longer merely a democratic luxury. It is our first line of defense against the erosion of public trust. Data supports this position. The 2025 Meltwater report ranks Kenya among the top nations for concern over online misinformation, with 72% of our people expressing deep worry over the prevalence of fake news. While our media landscape is one of the most dynamic in Africa, made up of over 250 active radio stations and a digital advertising market projected to grow at 16% annually for the next 5 years, we must be candid about the headwinds we face. It's all not rosy in the sector. Kenya's decline in the World Press Freedom Index to 117th place is a downward trajectory that demands a coordinated, strategic response from all of us in the sector. Our counter strategies must be localized and context aware. As you're all aware, we are firmly in the artificial intelligence era, and we must properly align. Therefore, as a ministry, through the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy 2025 to 2030, the government has established a comprehensive framework to guide the country on governance and innovation. Most importantly, as a ministry, we are overseeing the review of several laws to align with the realities of the sector. First, we are reviewing the KICA Act, the mother law, the Kenya Information and Communications Act. It's being reviewed. It's actually a major overhaul. It is both Act and its 16 regulations. That process. Number two, we are also reviewing the Media Council Act. As you are aware, there have been conflicts between different laws, and one of them that has been identified by the courts for review is the Media Council Act, and that process is ongoing. So as a sector, we also need to be properly engaged. At the same time, we are finalizing the access to information policy, which is long overdue, which is actually a constitutional requirement. The government communication policy, for the longest time, we've never had a coordinated government communication policy, which is now at cabinet. We are also working with the support of the Public Relations Society. We are finalizing the Public Relations and Communication Management Bill. This law will define who is a communication professional. At the same time, we are also accelerating the national addressing system of Kenya system, which will unlock e-commerce among other opportunities. In respect of the press as a vital component of a trusted data ecosystem, our focus is centered on ensuring that as the media ecosystem evolves, new technologies serve to protect rather than undermine public trust. This requires an integrated approach across three core pillars. First is regarding AI-driven integrity. As a government, we are deploying detection capabilities to identify generative, synthetic, and manipulated content that targets media practitioners. Number two, to support media viability, we recognize that as advertising revenues shift with an estimated 64% of spend moving to digital by 2029, we must work together to rebuild sustainable business models for journalism. Number three, we are committed to digital sovereignty, ensuring that as our nation transitions from consumers to creators, our local narratives, indigenous languages are actively protected from automated propaganda. The viability of a modern media economy is intrinsically linked to robust connectivity. The digital superhighway pillar of the government's beta plan is providing the foundational hardware for press freedom by rolling out 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable to enable seamless data flows. Alongside this, we are deploying 1,450 Jitume hubs across the country to scale digital skilling for public communication officers and journalists alike, complemented by 25,000 free public Wi-Fi hotspots to ensure that information access remains a fundamental right rather than a privilege. As we approach the 2027 general election, the integrity of our information ecosystem will be inevitably be tested by the weaponization of social media platforms and deepfakes. Our strategic choice moving forward is whether we merely seek to regulate, remove, or entirely rebuild our approach to digital discourse. Our responsibility stands to steward the adoption of new technologies with foresight, ensuring regulation keeps pace with innovation while building secure, transparent ecosystems. By balancing proactive oversight with infrastructure investment, we can foster a trusted digital space that protects democratic values and serves the public interest. Going forward, the future of journalism lies in responsible enablement, not restriction. Kenya is ready to lead the region in shaping media governance that unlocks value for our people while safeguarding editorial independence. We look forward to today's deliberations, translating into a robust World Press Freedom Day 2026 Media Sector Declaration. We expect this gathering to articulate specific measurable commitments across journalist safety, media viability, digital governance, and the protection of editorial independence. Declarations carry worth only when accompanied by clear mechanisms for implementation and accountability. And this ministry stands ready to be held to account under the framework agreed upon today. Let us rise collectively to the challenge of shaping a future anchored on truth and accountability. That is my message from PS Stephen Isaboke. Having read that, and as government protocol demands, I will now say one or two things of what we are doing at the ministry to make sure that the sector remains as vibrant as it is. I must first of all start by saying so many people envy our media ecosystem. We receive a lot of delegations to come and just benchmark on what we are doing right, especially during this transition. There are things we are getting right as a sector that, as I have challenged Media Council before, we need to document in a media sustainability framework. And as we invite Africa in Nairobi next week, I think we should be ready to showcase some of these things we are getting right. And I must congratulate Media Council of Kenya because you're leading in many of these media sustainability activities that may be scattered all over, but that are contributing to our media sustainability landscape. So one of the things that keeps us busy at the ministry is just to make sure that this sector remains vibrant. And one of the things we are having a conversation around is how do we make sure that media remains independent, remains the vanguard of our democracy, and remains an important employer? Because at its peak, many young people ran to media for employment. So we need to really work around it and make sure that it remains sustainable. So the things we are doing through Media Council, press clubs, those media hubs, and all those things that we are doing to make sure that journalists, young people, continue to earn a living from their trade is what we are keen on. The other thing is, Justice Lenola, I'll tell you, unlike law or lawyers, you can practice until you breathe your last. There are a lot of young journalists leaving the newsroom, and we have no framework for support. And one of the things we are thinking about as a ministry is how do we then have support for media veterans? These are highly informed, highly opinionated people who can contribute to setting national agenda, but they're all over the place. Luckily, some of them are organized through associations. So as a ministry and as a sector, we need to think about how to support our media veterans. And my chairman mentioned some of them who are in the room. And we think they still have opportunity to shape the future of Kenyan journalism, the future of the Kenyan nation. The other conversation around media sustainability is monetization of journalistic content. I think the focus has been monetization of content developed by young people for platforms. But, a lot of this content rides and advertising rides on journalistic content. So a media house, does professional content, and then the big tech rides on it to push adverts, but then they are not compensated for that content. So that's a conversation we're having with big tech, and it's a conversation that even the president himself has proclaimed himself and challenged us as ministry to lead. The other thing that we are also keen on, as information secretary, we also lead, I think, the largest remaining media house in Kenya, which is the Kenya News Agency. When everybody else is folding, we have remained put in the 47 counties and 25 sub-counties. So we are the largest outposts. And so we are trying to reform KNA to fit into the current ecosystem so that it remains the backbone for government communication and to be able to tell Kenya's development story. You notice over time, I think politics is the easiest to carry. So media houses would cover politics and leave development to other people. So those other people is KNA. And with the folding up of bureaus, and we are seeing an increase in the uptake of KNA content, especially the development story. So I think for us, we are keen on strengthening KNA so that it's a platform for media to continue getting Kenya's development story. So with those very many remarks, I want to this opportunity now to invite our chief guest, the man who's served our country very well, Justice Lenola. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Temesi. Good morning, everyone. Let me thank the Media Council and recognize and appreciate all of you for turning out for this very important celebration. The theme of shaping a future of peace is not abstract to us, is not abstract to me. And just now when I think it was the chairman who said that Zubeida is only president, I shouted loudly, I'm also a president. And my presidency is obviously not that of the president of Kenya or the president of Strathmore or the president of the Editors Guild. I am, as some of you may know, the president of the Special Residual Court for Sierra Leone. And that position also speaks to the theme for today. The Special Court for Sierra Leone, which is the predecessor of the Residual Special Court, was created to try those who bore the highest responsibility in the Sierra Leone crisis of the 1990s. And after that court wound up its work, having convicted a number of high-profile convicts, including now as the president of the Residual Special Court, my highest responsibility belongs to the incarceration of former president of Liberia, Charles Taylor, who you know is now a convict in the UK. I also have in the Special Court a number of Sierra Leoneans who were convicted and are serving their sentences in Rwanda. So this message of peace, which we are preaching today, speaks to the sort of story we must continue reminding ourselves about. Sierra Leone was, like ourselves, a British colony. Sierra Leone was a very progressive country with a lot of minerals, diamonds inclusive, and today they are struggling to regain the peace they lost when the war started in the 1990s. So this theme speaks to both the work I do in Sierra Leone and the work I do here, as I shall shortly show. We as a judiciary and you as a media must continue this conversation, because the choices we make as ourselves, as a country, must continue to ensure that the proverbial Wanjiko is safe in the country of their birth. And so you, like us, are an important voice in shaping a future that is laden with peace for the benefit of the people of Kenya. A lot of you may know that I was involved in the writing of the 2010 Constitution as a commissioner and member of the Constitution Review Commission of Kenya. And as we drafted that constitution, which you rejected in the 2006 referendum, but accepted in a different format in the 2010 referendum, you told us, and you told yourselves as the people of Kenya, that document must continue to guide us. And if you look at the preamble of that constitution, it speaks to some of the things we are going to speak today. But as Kenyans, we must also be honest to ourselves and accept the fact that we continue to navigate very difficult periods, especially now as we approach a general election, where public discourse is increasingly tense, Gunism is becoming the order of the day, and where political competition is sometimes expressed in ways that truly test the unity of the great Republic of Kenya. And therefore, against that background, and noting the issues that my colleagues have spoken about, including technological advancement, then the question of unregulated social media space must continue to shape our conversations for the future. And I think the statistics, numbers don't lie. That 74% of us now use social media to receive information tells us we must now focus on that percentage, on that group, to ensure that the news we receive is not pedestrian, is not flippant, it is the truth expressed by whatever means. And therefore, you know that Kenya is a very vibrant country. You just need to go to the social media platforms and you'll see what I'm talking about. But we're also a country that is very easy to get polarized. Our tribalism remains our biggest problem, corruption being the next. But in terms of information, we know that information moves extremely fast. So does misinformation. So that even as we send the truth, the half-truth, the non-truth is moving as fast as the truth. And it's becoming very difficult, especially for our youth, to know where the truth lies. And therefore, as we discuss, as we celebrate this important day, how we respond to the moment today, how we respond to the Kenya we have today, not just about politics, but our future stability must be at the back of our minds. Political intolerance remains one of our most pressing concerns and must remain so. We are seeing a worrying trend where disagreement is no longer just a disagreement about issues, about facts, about policies, about psychology, about philosophy, about religion, but we are seeing total hostility. I was in Washington, D.C. the other week. And what surprised me is that our tribalism, which was brewed and bred in Kenya, has been exported loudly to the diaspora. To the extent that even the cities where we live in, the estates where we live in abroad are totally tribal enclaves, and social media platforms are not any different from the ones we have here. Masomo ya kwenda ng'ambo ilikuwa nini? Kama bado ukabila unazidi kutusumbua katika hata nchi za ng'ambo. When intolerance grows, it weakens our ability to resolve differences peacefully. It creates an environment where suspicion replaces trust, and that is a dangerous path for any democracy, especially a fragile democracy such as ours. And therefore, we must continue to ask ourselves the question, what is your responsibility socially, economically, and politically as the media? And in a climate such as this one, you are not bystanders, neither are we in the judiciary. You are the center of how the nation understands itself. You are the epicenter, you are the heartbeat, and therefore you play a very important role in our society. And while saying so, I must commend you. Look at the statistics which Omoyo projected on the screen. I cannot speak about the same statistics for my institutions. So while you are growing in terms of public trust, we are either stagnating or moving backwards, which means we have a bigger problem than you have. But even as you do that, as you set the agenda, as you sometimes gatekeep, as you entertain us many times, you have a bigger role to serve this country. And therefore, your responsibility for peace is exceedingly important. Every headline, every breaking news alert, every panel discussion contributes to shaping the public perception. And therefore, you have the ability to de-escalate tension simply by how you frame an issue. Sometimes there's a risk that how you project news, how you sell your news, division is amplified even if you never intended to do so. And therefore, that is why accuracy is not enough. Balance is not enough. Context must matter. Tone must matter. Timing must matter. Language is important. And your audience must matter. And in moments of political tension, restraint on your part, restraint on our part is not weakness. It is wisdom. And I was telling my colleagues at TEEB this morning that in 2007, and some of you were there, at least the older and the veterans were there, and I was not surprised to see the number of young journalists who will be covering an election for the first time in their life. By 2027, the 2007-2008 crisis would have been 20 years away. Some of your journalists are 21 years old, 23 years old, 24 years old. They were babies when tribal post-election violence occurred. They don't know anything about it. And therefore, it is important for us to teach them restraint, to teach them the language they must use not to escalate tensions, because certainly seeing the examples of today, the tensions are escalating towards 2027. But this does not mean, and I submit to you, that reporting in difficult times and difficult stories, you must soften the truth or bend the truth. You must present the truth in a way that informs the public, informs Wanjiko without inflaming. A truth that questions without provoking unnecessary hostility. And a truth that must continue to hold a power to account without deepening divisions among citizens. This morning at 4 a.m., I read Chacha Mwita's article in the Standard, where he spoke to this point, that you must speak the bare truth to us in authority, but you must also ensure it does not inflame tensions. And so as you approach the 2027 election cycle, this responsibility becomes even more critical, because elections must and should remain moments of choice, not moments of fear. If you notice the fear being expressed quietly, loudly on social media platforms about 2027, how do you, as the media, ensure that these fears are toned down so the public can go to the election with clear minds about the choices they're going to make. A lot of you know, and I had this spoken by Mr. Etemesi, we as a judiciary have developed an AI policy. We are now going to develop AI guidelines. We are trying to align ours with the national AI policy and the AI strategy, which Etemesi has spoken about. But it must be alive to the reality of the moment. Deepfakes, misinformation, disinformation are with us. And a few, I think it was during when I launched the ZTech Law School 2 months ago, I spoke about the disenfranchisement of certain populations by fact of deep and fake news. It is very easy to decide as an MP that because where Joe Kilonzo, my friend from the judiciary, lives, you flood that area with misinformation and deep fakes. So those people don't vote because they won't vote for you anyway. So instead of them voting, let them not vote at all. And then you can get your areas to vote for you. These are realities that you on the media side and we as judges must face. And I keep saying that we have now developed as African judiciaries an AI policy and strategy where we shall teach our judges how to anticipate evidence based on AI and fake news. Because we must prepare ourselves for these eventualities which are a reality today. And therefore, a free press is not negotiable in a democratic society. And you journalists must be allowed to do your work without intimidation, interference, or fear. And thank you, Media Council, for the work that you do. And thank you, Dimas, for the work that your commission does. Any attempt to undermine media freedom ultimately undermines democracy itself. But this responsibility is no longer just a responsibility that is reposited in the state. It is not a Serikali Saidia thing. It is a duty that we all must embrace as actors in shaping the future of our nation. And specifically for us in the judiciary, our role is known. We are mandated, we are demanded of to interpret and apply the law and to protect the Constitution. We are often called to make very difficult decisions at moments of high national tensions, especially post-election. And of course, you know I'm a serious authority on that subject because every 5 years my life takes a turn. And had I been PLO Lumumba, and I'm not, I would have said I can now speak on that subject ex cathedra. But our duty as a judiciary must remain to be impartial, steady, and guided solely by the facts as presented and the law applicable to those facts. In doing so, we contribute not just to justice, but to the stability of our nation. As you know, I've sat in 3 election petitions post the presidential election. And you know the tension for those 2 weeks that we are hibernating somewhere and listening to the case and the whole world is watching us. It is our duty in such moments to ensure that our decisions speak to the soul of the nation and that the nation remains stable despite the difficulty of the decisions that we make. And therefore, when disputes are resolved through lawful processes, the likelihood of conflict is significantly reduced. If you all remember, 2007 partly happened because the late Raila Odinga said, "I do not trust the Kibaki courts." And that statement was enough for no one to come to court to challenge that contested election. I'm happy that today, all elections that are contested are coming to court. And I can speak again ex cathedra and say they are resolved at the highest level of integrity, impartiality, and totally under the constitution of our great republic. But speaking as a judge to largely you members of the media, I've never liked the expression for the state. You are the media, very highly regarded and very respected, and we fear you sometimes. We must speak a language of collaboration. Dr. Joan Mutua has just been appointed communication advisor to the Office of Chief Justice. I chair the Communication Committee of the Judiciary. I am the patron of the Kenya Court Reporters Association. So already by those positions, we have a collaborative approach towards the media. But I think we need to do something more. Very soon we're going to have, President Zubeida has left, we're going to have a breakfast with editors. So we shape our language, we shape our appreciation of the coming days towards, obviously, a very contested election. But for us to do so, we must have certain values, certain conversations. The first is that we must continuously try to understand and strengthen how the public understands judicial processes. We know that court decisions, especially in politically sensitive cases, can be very complex. If you recall the BBI case at the Supreme Court, we each wrote an individual judgment, and ultimately the judgment was 1,032 pages. Even if you are Zao ya Musao, and you're a lawyer and a journalist, 1,000 pages of legalese can be very difficult. And that is why we have taken the view, at least at the Supreme Court, and already at a meeting we had in Mombasa 2 weeks ago, we're going to escalate this to all the courts. We must have media summaries released after every sensitive and difficult case. Media summaries are easy. They summarize the case in a language that everyone understands. And then when you report, you don't report out of ignorance. And therefore, accuracy will save us from the confusion that sometimes I see. I think we must, as a nation also, and between yourselves and ourselves, we must continue to build trust. Fair and responsible reporting reinforces public confidence, not just in you, the reporters, but also us in the justice system. And I'm happy that you're improving in terms of how the public views you as the media. And third, and I mentioned this in passing a moment ago, we must create space for structured and ongoing dialogue. We don't need to do this only when we're approaching an election, when there's a crisis. We can do this often so that the tension that sometimes I see between the judiciary and the media can be de-escalated before they break into some of the headlines that I see. Just about 2 weeks ago, there was a huge headline in one of your dailies. The picture of the Chief Justice was projected there, and the only word on the headline was biased. When we read the story on page 4, not one mention was made of the Chief Justice by name, by conduct, or misconduct. Yet the headline was that screaming headline about the Chief Justice of the Republic being biased. Let us be careful. Let us create structures for us to discuss. When you have concerns around issues affecting institutions like the judiciary or parliament or the ministry, or you have problems accessing information, do speak with us. A lot of the media houses at least have my number, and I've never changed my number since Safaricom entered the market. So if there are difficulties, you have Joanne's number. She's a member of your profession. You have Wamboi's number at the Directorate of Public Information. Let us speak. Let us reason with each other instead of inflaming tensions that are already latent. All this that we do to protect both your integrity and ours, and also the integrity of our nation. And like I said, we must collaborate and discuss and continue engaging in confronting misinformation. Both institutions share a responsibility to ensure that what reaches the public is accurate, timely, and contextualized. And I think it's important for us to use the resources, and thank you, Dean, for being here. Let us use these resources of this university and other universities, and thank you, Dr. Akivaga, because if we have that conversation, you can call us. I've spoken on this podium countless times on countless subjects. Why can't we come here and discuss misinformation, full stop, and get solutions? Because that is how we can work together. And because we are now going again to a period that we all of us know we must speak about, this collaboration becomes more urgent, and you must ensure, as the media, that your responsibility to report is fair, even as we do what we must do. Let me conclude with a message, which is to the theme of this World Press Freedom Day. A collective duty to shape peace. The state of this nation is defined not only by our challenges, but by how we respond to them. Peace is not automatic. Peace is built. Peace is strongly calculated through everyday decisions, through responsible leadership at every level, through institutions that act with integrity, yours and mine. Peace is indeed a necessity for everyone. And I said about my experiences in Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, when I went to be sworn in at State House, Sierra Leone in 2011, I was very surprised when I was shown the victims of the war in Sierra Leone. Those who were cut at this point, they are called long-sleeved. Those who are cut at this point are called short-sleeved. And those who are cut at the ankle are called long trousers. And those who are cut to the knee are called short trousers. We have a responsibility as a country never to go there, never to go back to 2007. That's why I'm saying peace is a necessity for all of us. While the judiciary, I submit and promise, will continue to do its part, I promise we must continue to uphold the Constitution, protect your rights and the rights of those who do not have representation. I promise that we must resolve disputes fairly and without bias. You too must promise to report fairly and without bias. But peace in Kenya will not come only from yourselves and ourselves. Peace is a collective responsibility of all Kenyans, of all walks of life. It must come from all of us. And you and I are not observers in Kenya's history. You are participants in how, what, when, and why that story is told. And that is the role that God has given you and which you have chosen for yourselves, as I chose to be a lawyer and a judge. Use that influence wisely. Use it responsibly. Use it to inform, to clarify, to unite where you can, and to challenge where necessary. But always with a consciousness of the impact and social responsibility your work has on this great nation, as my work has. If we work together as a media, as a judiciary, as the academia, we can shape a Kenya where freedom and peace must go hand in hand. And we shall shape a future where peace is certainly our portion. If I have not made my point, blame Joan Mutua, who guides me in matters of communication. If I've made a good point, thank me very much. I thank you for your audience.
Thank you. Another round of applause, please. And that's wonderful. That's powerful. I'm going to ask each and every one of you to stand, not the guests, not our guests to stand up, because we are transitioning into a panel discussion as they walk out, and I need you to be active. So kindly stand up as I allow Dr. Akidiva to express the vote of thanks to our guests.
Thank you very much for this very important setting of the tone. We are grateful. Okay. We are grateful to the chief guest, especially with that passing, shot about collective responsibility, collaboration. And what I take from what you've said is that peace is a national prerequisite. Nationhood. Thank you very much. Thank you, the CEO, the chairman of the Media Council. I really enjoyed what you're saying because I lived through those moments when you're talking about issues about freedom. Thank you, CEO, for the collaboration and bringing this to Strathmore to help us understand what the issues are. Our Dean, thank you very much for coming and talking about our program and what it is that we are doing, and especially the core values that we espouse as Strathmore University. The President, thank you very much for your remarks. We also thank Dimas for their reassurance that you are there for all of us. Maina Mushiri, that's the chairman. And then, I was looking for the other Mushiri, Michael Mushiri. Thank you very much for, again, their reassurances about the police and how we're working together. So even for ourselves, being here and being attentive, we are thankful, grateful for your attention and being here. We've been told that there will be a photo session, and then we are going to get into another panel discussion. Oh, okay.
Yes. The photo session is for the guests. You can remain seated. Thank you so much. Sami Moriah, please come and take it up. Please feel free to walk to the entrance. Thank you so much, Daktari.
I know.
Hata tafadhali uite mtu hapa kuja ongea. Maybe pale zake ya kustaga. I did that.
So as we allow our main guest to go for the photo session, let me just bring you guys. Hello. Nzao ya Musao, I know you've been mentioned by the Justice. That does not allow you to start conversations on the corridor. So I just want to bring the session to order. Kindly, if you can allow me. Lorraine, Victor, I need to bring this next session to order, kindly. Leo, it's always very tasking when you ask guests to leave and you want a session to continue. Allow me to invite my panelists to the stage. I don't know whether we still have council member Timothy Wanyonyi. I see Andy Kagwa is here. Karibu to the stage. Carol Kimutai, I've seen you. Pale nyuma, karibu sana. Dr. Joan, karibu sana. Aren't you on stage? You're in this session. Dr. Akidiva and Boniface Opanyi. Unfortunately, we've had half of the audience walk out, but that won't deter us from going on with our topic. I've already called my panelists. I'm still waiting for Andy to get to the stage. Dr. Joan. Thank you very much, Victor. Dr. Akidiva, please. And I think, hello, Doctor, I can help. I can say this is not an effect of lack of press freedom that Dr. Joan is having a foot brace. And I think this panel's responsibility is pretty simple, because our session is on demystifying the change in the media landscape. And I like the fact that earlier on we had from the Chairman Media Council of Kenya, Mr. Maina Muiruri, who basically started talking about, okay, wanahabari wenzangu, sasa naomba mtu ruhusu tuendelee, tafadhali. Yes. So Daktari, karibu sana. I put it over there. So basically, we are looking at the changes in the media environment. And of course, we will also be talking about the State of the Media report that was shared with us a little bit earlier on. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you my panelists for this session, starting with Mr. Timothy Wanyonyi, who's a board member, Media Council of Kenya, Ms. Carol Kimutai, who's the head of content and audiovisual storytelling, Knowlton Strategies, Dr. Joan Gathoni Mutua, communication advisor, Office of the Chief Justice, Dr. Abogast Akidiva, who's the academic director and senior lecturer, Strathmore University, Mr. Andy Kagwa, my senior in the industry, who's the editorial admin manager, Standard Group PLC, and Mr. Boniface Opanyi, who's the station manager, Domas FM. Now, when we talk about the change in the media landscape, and why I picked it up from where Mr. Maina Muiruri left off, is he started off with a conversation of better come tapes, and where we've literally come from as the media. And I think just looking at my panelists, we will remember that despite the changes that we are seeing today and the report that has just been shared and the shift that we are seeing from traditional media to social media, we have come from far. From an era where adverts were sung so that we could memorize them and remember them. We've spoken about Betacam. We had reel-to-reels, we had radio cassettes, we had LPs. All these are changing to the small gadgets that we hold in our hands today. From a point where we relied on specialized media to convergent media, right now, questions are being asked. And I know there has been a lot of queries, especially within the media industry. And I like the fact that we have Dr. Kidiva here from academia. Questions have been raised about the standards of journalists that are coming from academia at this particular moment. And the question has been, are we getting half-baked journalists? But then it will still go back to the same issue where before we were being allowed to specialize, now we are expecting journalists to come from learning institutions, having already learned everything, being able to do everything, and being able to balance all topics. So I'll give each of my panelists 2 minutes first to react to the status of the media report that has just been shared. And I'll also be asking certain questions. And I'll start with Timothy, as a board member, Media Council. Of course, I want you to react to the report that has been shared. And since you're a broadcast media guru and a senior editor from broadcast, I'll ask you the question, from print media. I'll ask you the question, are we seeing the death of newspapers as we knew them? And that is just picking up from the report that we have seen. And what are some of the lessons that people in print media can be able to pick even as we move forward with the changing media landscape? Karibu.
Thank you, Sami. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First off, my reaction to the report, and then I'll go to Mariah's question on whether print is in limping, is in a terminal phase. I think from the report we see very clearly, even from the spread of the people who are surveyed, that a majority of them were below 35, I think about 54%, which shows the shift, the power shift really from legacy to online and digital and all that. And of course, that comes with a lot of challenges. It's actually more of an explosion. It's not even a change from legacy to what we have now, social media. So that, to me, that brings to challenges, among others. And one of them, of course, is the sustainability bit, where the cake is now being shared among many. And even in terms of advertising spend, what the spread, how it's shared, and what that has on the media freedom, especially if you get into a situation where interests, political, economic, are controlling the budget. Do you have a situation of media capture? So that is one, on accountability, no, on sustainability, and then of course on accountability. How do we remain accountable? The systems we put in place, maybe as regulators, but also just as practitioners. My second reaction on the report is actually this digital space and the big tech. I'm happy that Temesi mentioned this point, that as a government, they're engaging big tech, not just on the regulation, but also on sharing the revenue. Because as you realize, most of the advertising revenue has gone to Facebook, Meta, or Google, TikTok. And how do we play in that space to help the media? I think there are other jurisdictions in Europe, the European Union, I think, Australia, they've come up with some laws that regulate the big tech and have a share where the newspaper groups or media houses have a share of the revenue. Now, to your question as to whether newspapers, I was an editor for many years. I worked in print for almost 30 years before I left in 2018. And I think at the time we were living is when most of these changes were happening. And I don't think print has to die. We don't have to write its obituary yet. And the reason is how do we react to these changes? How do we make print more self-sustaining? Looking at it from the state perspective, but also from within the media. There are many things that media can do to collaborate on that can help them to survive actually this bad phase. Yeah. So I don't think I want to say that print is going to die. Even if you look at other jurisdictions in the US, for example, papers like the New York Times have been thriving. And the thing is, you have to invest in quality journalism. I think number one, for lessons for me, invest in quality journalism. Number two, I think these issues of data, know how to use technology to mine data. And then number three, on collaborations and partnerships, including with the state. And when it comes to the state, you have to know now how to relate and how to do public interest journalism. so that even if you're having fights with the state, pick fights on stories that are of public interest, not on these sensational things. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Bwana Timothy Wanyonyi, please. Now, it doesn't mean you're off the spot. I'll still come back to you because I like the fact that you used New York Times as an example. And if you look at their revenue share over the last 3 years, they've been making very good money on their paywalls, and it's because of how they have reinvented their content. However, the question is still there in this country. Is our media making as much money, and why are they not making that money, and how can they ensure that happens? I'll kindly ask you to pass the microphone over to Carol, who's right next to you. Carol Kimutai is the head of content and audiovisual storytelling at Knowlton Strategies. Now, Carol, you have been with us in mainstream media, and you shifted that to Knowlton. And basically what you guys are doing is strategic communication, developing different content. And the question definitely will be, where does the shift come in? And for you, from a legacy media perspective, all these changes that we are seeing up to a point where we are now being told in our report that most of the consumption of media has shifted to social media. How can legacy media, one, relook their content, try keep it fresh, and also just live up to the competing needs that we have at the moment, and that is the TikToks, the Twitters, the Instagrams, where we are getting most of our news from. Karibu. And also react to the report in your own way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. I'll start with the reaction to the report. I don't think it's a surprise that most of the young folks in newsrooms are below 35. I think it just mirrors the population pyramid in terms of the older are fewer, the younger people are more. But what is very distressing is, and especially to me, is a lot of these journalists don't have contracts. That really stood out for me. They are freelancers, they don't even have medical care, yet you want them to work very long hours, you want to send them to political rallies with very expensive equipment, and you want them to do very good journalism. So let's start there. And the fact that people like Wanyonyi here who have been in the newsroom, I don't know if they have the time and day for younger journalists, but I think Andy will comment about the support newsrooms are giving or not giving to young journalists, and the training opportunities, and so on and so forth. So that's my first reaction. My second reaction is, I was a bit sad to see radio is less than TV. For a very long time, we've been told radio is king, but I think it's the fact that now radio is now multi. It can be consumed by the ear and the eyes. And the CEO is not here. David made fun of Patanisho. For the people who live in a certain part of the city, I must say I listen to Patanisho on Instagram, but I listen to it in the evening because they convert those short stories into content that is consumed on social. And I'm sure there are other interviews that we see on social media. The Spice Show, Fixing the Nation. If you miss it in the morning, you consume it on your mobile. So I think the people doing the research need to figure out the conversion there, that I might not be listening to radio really, but I am actually listening to radio. So that's my first, my second. Then to your question on the shift, I think the shift has been there. It's only that the mainstream media, and I was part of it, were too slow to deal with it, and we were in denial for very, very many years. Until COVID forced us to stand up and sit back, but it was too late. The train had already left the station. During COVID time, that's when a lot of the newsrooms were adapting to Zoom.
That's the time when editors, senior editors realized you could actually work from home, but before you had to clock in, okay? So it was a wake-up call for us, but now we are in 2026. COVID happened in 2020. We are seeing the fruits of the delay that we had as a media, and we are now paying for those sins, omissions and commissions. So how can we pivot to ensure that we are meeting this audience? Number one is ensuring that we use a lot of data. The veterans in the room, I've seen some here, we used to use our gut feeling to see the big story of the day and decide that's the story. Someone spoke about Ford back in the day. But these days you can sit on a screen and see which story is gaining traction without really applying your gut feeling, okay? So we need to use data and those tools in the newsroom to ensure that these young people are able now to dig into those stories. It's okay to report Sebastian Sawe has done a sub-2. We need to get the veterans to tell us what is the story of Sawe and the fact that his performance has been very consistent over the years, okay? And then there's Kiplimo coming first. And who could be the next record breaker? So we need that depth in the newsroom. Explainers are very important. We need our newsrooms to know the audience. I am not the radio audience in the morning, but I am the radio audience on social media. Do we have that intelligence and that data to understand that I consume content in that way? So I think those are opportunities for me. We really don't have to reinvent the wheel. AI is there and has been there. We can target the news, and the New York Times and the Post have done that very well. They know that when I log in the morning, this is what I consume first, and when I go to sleep, this is what I consume last. I don't need to employ you to advise the editors that this audience consume this way. But an AI tool can be made an appropriate tool, as I conclude, for the newsrooms. We don't have to actually buy these foreign tools. We have quite a gifted population of young people within our newsrooms. Strathmore graduates IT students every year. We graduate a lot of students, and I always make fun that Molot has very smart people who are doing wonders the wrong way. Why can't we bring those kinds of brains to unlock some of the opportunities in the newsrooms and hopefully monetize the content that we keep locked away and complain that it's not being read? Thank you.
Let's appreciate Carol for that. Now I'll jump over to my senior here, Andy, because the first question was thrown to you in terms of the support that you're giving the journalists that are coming to your newsrooms. And even as I ask that, I know that the Standard Group were one of the first media houses to have a converged newsroom where you put everyone together. And the main purpose was to ensure that you had everyone at least leveraging on each other and at the same time producing content that was of good enough quality. Now, we are playing catch up as mainstream media, because just like Carol has rightfully put it, the fact that we put a gadget that can record both audio and video in citizens' hands means that in a lot of instances, we are having to first get news from the citizen journalist, and then we now, as your journalists, trying to get a little bit deeper into it, and more or less playing the day two journalism role. How is that affecting your newsrooms? And still remember to react to the report and also to the question that Carol asked. Karibu.
Thank you, Sami. First is my reaction to the report. I listened to the CEO, and being a print person, I think he used a very, very harsh word, that the print is in terminal decline. I was worried because I've been a print person for almost the last 30 years. in a newsroom. And it reminded me of a session I had in 2005. I sat in a newsroom somewhere. A publisher was being onboarded to head one of the biggest newspapers in Memphis. That is the Commercial Appeal. I think the guy is called Joseph Pepe. If the name does not escape me. One thing that stood out, and that was 2005 November. One thing that stood out for me is that he said that newspapers are here to stay. And that's about almost 20 years ago. And here we are in Kenya. We have seen that newspapers are still here with us, but we have seen a sharp decline in the way consumers, our readers, get their information. The numbers, and this is not news to anybody, the numbers of print copies have gone down across all media houses. We used to do like almost over 100,000 copies, but today, if you talk, thank you. Today, if you talk to the circulation managers of the main media houses, they'll tell you that the combined circulation of newspapers in this country is less than 200,000 per day. Of course, we had even the free sheets. People never used to even pick the free sheets. What does that tell you? That the consumer habits have changed. But why do we continue printing the newspaper? Yes, there's still that hunger for the newspapers. The numbers have gone down, but the newspapers are still spending a lot of money even transporting those newspapers. For those who don't know, the newspapers are transported every morning, every evening by vans. Let me take a case of the Standard Group. We used to transport almost like 20,000 copies to Mombasa. Kisumu was a very good market, 20,000 copies. Now we have what you call the vans now go almost half empty because those numbers have gone down drastically, where we are doing less than almost like Kisumu, less than 10,000 copies. So it's true, there's a decline in the way that our consumers, especially the print, get their news. And it is about time that the media houses repackage and redefined what must we do to the print edition. Because the print edition exists because there are certain regulations, like the banks, they must run their balance sheet at the end of the half-year results. They must announce. There are some statutory requirements that government institutions and even private organizations, they must run them through the almost like 2 daily newspapers. When I sit sometimes in our compound and see the vans leaving, then the following day we get returns, I get a bit worried because the newspapers form a big chunk of the amount of money that is used for capex in terms of producing the newspaper. So yes, the newspaper production has fallen, but the numbers, the papers are not going to die anytime soon. Let me assure you, the numbers will fall, but the readership will still remain. Now to the issue of convergence. In 2021, I think it was 1st of March, 2021, the Standard Group made a very bold step, having come from COVID era. Then there was this high-end newsroom that you all see in media reports. Sometimes the KTN TV captures the same. People are saying that that was a wrong move at that particular time. But I can tell you, it paid off in many, many ways. One, we used to have journalists from one media house going to this to a press conference or going to cover one function. You find there used to be a guy from Radio Maisha, somebody from the print, the Standard, somebody from KTN. Then they are all going to cover the same function. And we are talking about resources. You are using a company vehicle, and we are talking about the personnel also. We are using almost like 5 different people going to the same function. What this transformation did is that we now had fewer journalists, resources being used, going to cover functions.
Then you'd find that before that, secondly, there was the internal competition that used to be within the media house. You find that you are in the newspaper, you see a story in the evening that you don't even have the following day, and vice versa. You are working for KTN, then you see the Standard has got a major scoop that you guys don't have. So there was that internal competition that was within the same media house. So that was one of the advantage that Convergence brought to the Standard, because the editors planned for content together, both print, digital, TV and radio. So they're able to plan for the news content for all the platforms. Then lastly, there is the delivery of content. We realized that day two journalism was not going to work for us. We were no longer in the era where we used to have special editions. Cabinet reshuffle, the following day you have a special edition. We were no longer in that era. So what we said is that we must use now the platforms that we have. The digital first, a story that breaks today, you go digital first, then the TV, then the radio stations. Then day two journalism will not be about telling the story of a plane crash that killed 20 people yesterday. You are now developing that story to the next level. What caused the plane crash? You're not talking about the 20 people who died. It will be all over in social media. People will be talking about it. So those are the three advantages that enabled the Standard Group to make a step, that bold step in Convergence. Then coming to what Caro asked about, what are we doing about our young journalists in the newsroom? Yes, we are seeing many young journalists. Some of them are coming to the newsroom very raw in terms of they don't understand the operations of the newsroom. They have been into institutions, but us as the media houses, we are not even giving them a chance even to come and visit. Forget even about internship. Even newsroom visits, I think we are becoming too mean, even to organizations and academia. We are not giving them an opportunity to come and see what exactly we are doing in the newsroom. But I have told my fellow editors, we owe it to ourselves as the veterans in those newsrooms. Don't complain about these raw talent that you are getting in the newsroom. Do something about it, because the process must start with us as editors. I remember when I first entered the newsroom, that time it was at Nation House many years ago. I can attest that I got very good support from editors like Butegi Njao, Patrick Mongai was a features editor. They held my hand, and that's how I was able to gain confidence in the newsroom. So we must do the same today, and also recognize that these young people, their way of working is not the same as how we used to work. Some of us came into the newsroom when the technology was not even there. We must allow them the space to use technology and help us develop the story. So it is up on us as veterans to assist the young journalists who are coming into the newsroom. Let's not make noise about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andy, let's appreciate Andy. Interestingly, I think you are throwing arrows at your neighbor, Dr. Akidiva, so just hand him over the microphone when you're literally talking about the kind of journalists that are being churned off our institutions. Dr. Akidiva, I know we had a conversation with you yesterday, and we were looking at these changing dynamics. And I think one of the key questions that came up was, one, are we as academia giving the industry journalists that are not very well prepared? One. Two, there is the whole issue of convergence. And let's call it cross-platform journalism, where you're bringing out a journalist who's expected to cover different topics, cover across different mediums. Is this young person fully prepared for it? Where before, we had institutions that generally ensured that our journalists specialized in certain a certain aspect. So if you're a broadcast journalist, you'd stick to broadcast. If you're a print journalist, it will be that way. If you covered certain topics, you'd have somebody who's very good at business, another one very good at sports, another very good at agriculture, and so on and so forth. But right now, the journalist that is leaving this institution is expected to not only know everything, but be able to cover across the different mediums. And lastly, we also have the emergence of artificial intelligence. How is that shaping journalism? We have editors that are really complaining about the use of AI at this particular moment in newsrooms. And I think it will only be fair for you to also touch about how AI can be used constructively in journalism. Karibu.
Thank you very much for those very loaded questions. But it goes back to what has been talked about here. We remember Marshall McLuhan saying that the medium is the message. And that was under technological determinism. So the technology. So that discussion is really not that new. And if you read around McLuhan and other people, the role of technology is, and it's like he was prophetic. So that's where we are right now. So how is the media space right now? There, I could say there's structural changes, structural disruption. He's alluded to when they started and how there was no technology, because we go back to standalone technologies, converging, and now it is disruptive. So that is one thing. The other challenge is how do we deal with the question of knowledge, the question of truth? How do we then begin to package that? And you talked about what are we doing with the students we have. So when we talk about AI, we are talking about that transformation of the media house. Algorithms are taking control of visibility, and that is being used. There's also the rise of the creator economy. All these matters were in the CEO's report. So we have bloggers, we have brands, we have independent curators. This takes us into the area of citizen journalism, democratization of journalism. And the people now, the participants, may not have formal training the way these veterans, Charles Waga is here among others, the way they were trained and how they train. And therefore, it would mean that we have to change the way we train, the way we teach. The other thing on the transformation will be around the disruption of AI. Am I saying that we run away from AI? No. We would be saying media and AI. I think now it should be AI and media because of what is happening. So what is the question? What we need is a journalist who has depth in terms of how they deal with the matters, issues of originality, even when we have all these different ways of accessing knowledge. And then trust. This has been talked about at length, trust. How do we build trust? The dean, our dean, had alluded to the kind of curriculum that we offer here. You will notice on that banner, our degree is in communication, not per se journalism. When we started, it's like we could see where the media was going. And therefore, our curriculum offering here is quite broad. If you look at that banner, it will show you. And recently, we had a change. We have brought in production, media production. We brought in digital platforms. We brought in digital storytelling. And in fact, Dr. Kingori is here, the one who is heading the communications program. So that is how we are training our young people. We have also introduced photography, videography. We have also introduced software, how they can deal with that. And from our sister faculties, there are other programs on digital matters. So that's what we are doing at the moment. So the product has to align to what the industry is experiencing and where the industry is going. Usually, academia is behind before we theorize. Even right now, we don't have many theories on how to handle the things that are happening. So the CEO talked about the collaboration between Media Council and ourselves. So we will be engaging in research and how to theorize these changes. Thank you.
Before you hand over the mic, I still want to come back to the AI question because you've spoken about the media and AI, and I want you to expound a little bit further into that, because right now we have a lot of complaints that are coming in from editors that we have an over-reliance of stories that are now being written using AI, and there's a lot of verification that is not being done, and you can tell by the language the consistency there that our journalists are no longer writing stories, they are allowing the AI to do it for them. So how can we creatively use AI and at the same time ensure that the quality of stories, the quality of journalism is still top-notch?
It goes back to what I talked about, knowledge, the foundations of knowledge and understanding the language. You cannot move away from language because that is the tool of the trade. What we've done in Strathmore, there's a difference in the kind of degrees we give in Strathmore. Every student who comes to Strathmore, irrespective of which degree or faculty you're going into, we have what we call common units, common courses. And these ones deal with ethics, things to do with critical thinking, what does it mean to be human, and therefore questions of truth. Those are foundational. And with that grounding, in terms of the common causes, they also have to do a language, they have to do civilizations, East African civilizations, and so on. What are we doing? We are broadening their understanding and their outlook to focus on the human. Kagwa here talked about human interest. You also talked about human interest. So once you focus on that, the human person and what it is, and you brought in critical thinking, then you are thinking your bases are broad enough. You are not just going to be looking at the commodification or how to monetize that content. You are then thinking of what is the human person, what is the impact of reporting in this way, and so on. So the tools are being used even here. In our program, we are teaching students how to verify and all the apps and how to use them. But the originality must be there. We want to see the person. Even in the essays they write, the way we phrase them, you have to come up with an opinion, an argued opinion, not just regurgitation. So AI is a tool that we are embracing, and we will use it. We cannot run away from it.
Thank you very much for that, Daktari. Let's appreciate Daktari. Dr. Joan Gadhoni Mutua, Communication Advisor to the Office of the Chief Justice. But Daktari, I know you from academia as well, so I'll ask you a two-pronged question. One, from an academia perspective, just similar reaction to the question that I had earlier asked Daktari. Then two, of course, right now, there is looking at where you're working at this particular moment, which is the judiciary. And what Justice Lenola was speaking about a little bit earlier in terms of having content that is summarized for journalists, especially when it comes to very big or major rulings that are made that affect not only the country but also the course that the nation takes and also the constitution. For a very long time, we had the judiciary relying a lot on press conferences for them to be able to do so. And of course, they also had sessions where in court they would respond to journalists' questions. Right now, we are seeing a judiciary that is shifting to social media as well. Most rulings are being done nowadays on the internet, and we are watching a lot of court that is being done online at this particular moment and not in physical court like we were used to before. So how do we ensure that we also don't have, in terms of the rulings that come online, we don't have the wrong information that comes out, and of course we are not legals ourselves, to just ensure that some of those judgments, some of the rulings do not get lost along the way, even as we do our own reporting, as you also react to my earlier question on the journalists that are coming from academia, and your feeling on that as well as your reaction to the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariah. I'll probably say I worked with him in KBC some years ago. I'll respond in two capacities. One as an academia, I'm still a senior lecturer teaching on the same. And I'll respond later on as a practitioner of academia and also what we're doing here. So academics, where we are giving you half-baked graduates, they're not all half-baked. There's a part of where we are trying, and there's also the part where the Swahili will say kujituma, and also where I'll say Andy mentioned. I'll also say he gave me my internship in the year 2000 at the Standard. It's a small world, where we need support for the students when they come in. He mentioned that they are also not giving their universities a chance to visit the media houses, so the students don't get to have a touch of how it really is. Now, having moved to the industry, I'm living more around the judges and the lawyers and all. And one thing that has really stood out for me, having studied communication, we are all in different areas of communication, media, TV, whatever, it's all communication field. Where I feel we are failing, and will answer one of the biggest and the constant question Mariah is asking is, and what Andy mentioned we should do is mentorship. Judge Lenola here, by the time we were coming in the morning, he's telling me he has over 50 students in Strathmore only he mentors, personal. For us as communicators, how many can we say we are mentoring or have been mentored? The law fraternity, they have that thing of classmates, sana. Most of us, how many of us remember our classmates from university? Rare. Now, I think it's a challenge we should throw to ourselves, that of mentorship, and also converging again from practitioners who knew each other before time and help each other grow. Then it goes again back to AI, where it's a tool that does not replace your work, but enhances your work. You have to embrace it, but then again, how do you embrace it? As a lecturer, I still supervise my master's and PhD students, and they still bring their theses to my office. At the judiciary bado, and then you see mtu ameenda AI, and they've copy-pasted all of it and brought it to me. I comfortably give you an F. Why? What culture are we encouraging in you? That is laziness, right? So I keep saying, embrace AI, but let it also help you. So research with your AI, but again, I still go back to the books which are also online now. Quote for me, he mentioned McLuhan and other scholars. Quote for me, but also, unakewa dash na AI. You see the way AI dashes. And then it has terrible language that is not scholarly language. And then you still copy-paste for me, and you want us to read and give you marks. Are you being fair to us or yourself? Are we being fair? And then you are the same parents to the students in university now. Atakuja akwambie, I was not given my marks. And then you come to the university and make noise for us. Have you followed up to see what your child did? That is another thing we throw back. So when you call them half-baked, my heart is with the students. I still want to throw it back to you as parents, as sisters and brothers, and as guardians. What are you doing? I'll tell you what I kept telling every parent who came to my office in the university. The moment you take your kid to the university, it's not like high school. You know high school, when you throw them in, there's a fence. So they are fed from school, there's regulations, there's the bell, there's everything, right? University is a new city. Like in Juja, Steve would know. It was called Juja City, right? That is JKUAT. So the moment you have your kids there, you have to keep mentoring them, throwing them around people like Andy, Kina Omoyo here, people who will still work with them and all that. And then The other thing I'll talk about now, not as a scholar, now as a practitioner, where I've practiced in TV, in newspapers, and international radio, and then now I'm in the corporate side of it. What will make us stand out is when we cooperate with bodies like MCK. Someone like Omoyo here is very easy to indulge. And we hope one day we can get an MOU with them and the judiciary. Now that I'm there, I'm able to educate them. You'll be surprised how us here, we know what we do as communication. Then you go out there, they have offices they call communication. They are paying people and they have no clue whatsoever what communication is all about. Are you aware of that? And then when you're employed there, you go and say, even though wanafanyanga vitu wacha ikue. My question is, when will we ever be proud to call ourselves communicators, and where we go, we make a difference? So the example I'm giving with MCK here, they're very easily approachable. I hope with time, you will see us on TV saying, we have an MOU between MCK and judiciary, sindio? Strathmore and judiciary and all that. So it's up to us, I think, to carry this profession with some pride, probably some arrogance, because most parents who take kids to the university ni mwenye alianguka. If your kid got a C or a D, you know the degrees tunasema ni ya kuchemsha, anaenda kufanya communication. Let's not agree. I myself was in med school, I dropped because I was not enjoying it, to do journalism because it's what I enjoyed. So I feel if we hold it with pride, and then let's hold mentorship strongly. Mtufungulie media houses, Mr. Andy. I think you're going somewhere. And there's that function MCK normally had, and they invited university students. It's also some form of mentorship. So I hope I've answered you.
Yes, you have, but I still want you to react to the report, because you've mostly concentrated on the academia question. I just wanted to hear what your reactions are to the report and what some of the things that come out there mean for you. One, in academia, and two, in the industry that you're in communications. Thank you.
Oh yeah, that escaped me. My apologies. Well, the CEO presented the report. It was a bit saddening, saying that we're talking of print dying. But I think we need to look at it again with pride and saying print is not dying. It's only that we're not printing papers. But you can access your newspaper very early in the morning online, right? So to support this media house, we subscribe. So I think the key challenge is convergence, where technology has evolved. We also have the use of social media, and we're still getting the news. But then again, I still want to read my paper, though online. I read it by 5 in the morning, because by the time I listen to TV or this TikTok and other things, which you have to check anyway nowadays, you can't say you're too mature for social media nowadays, yeah? You know that? I still want to read the newspaper because it gives you the depth of what is there. So we may say the industry is dying, but let's not accept that it's dying. Let's say that we're consuming it in a different mode because of convergence in how technology is evolving and all. And there's also convergence in media ownership patterns. Kitambo, people owned one media only, and your business was just media. Now you'll find you have these conglomerates where you have media and other businesses, let's say like No Citizen. Or let's even go back to Andy and Standard. You have now radio, TV, and other things that you're doing. So you might find the moment you get this from their digital, you'll start saying Standard ilisema, na ujaangalia gazeti. And then you're not getting the details again. But then again, the other challenge you have with the convergence and technology and social media, the old people in, there's a saying, I don't say it in my language, where they say for you to be respected, you have to show respect first, right? So even for us as media, as much as we are trying to fight for our space and we really want it, we also need to give the respect out there so that we get it back. So we still go back to the issue of regulation again with convergence, which I think is also a big problem for MCK also and CAK because of social media. You don't know where to stop. You don't know where to catch someone. Like it's a story of the young boy who was busy insulting Lenola years ago. And by the time we found out who the boy is, because now we had to use police, it was bad, alipatikana huko Muthiga. You know Muthiga huko? A boy who could not even eat. So he's writing bad things and then going back to politicians who hate the person he's written badly about, asking for money. So even this issue of, wanaitwa nani? Dada Sarah, those ones, what are they called? Yes, influencers. They are challenging our credibility as the communication industry. So how are we going to stand out to show that we are embracing them, but they also need to operate within the tenets of journalism? Thank you.
I think that has responded. I think there's a reaction here from Daktari. We need to give Boniface an opportunity to also say something.
A very brief comment. I think the journalist has now to move away from a reporter to a collaborator. And the media houses, you have to move away from reporting to creating realities and identities. So I think if we move in that direction, we'll be safe.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Boniface Pole, you are coming last. It's si ati nimekubagua, but I also needed you to first hear from the others, and the reason why is because you run a community media station, that is Radio Domus. And when we were watching the report that was presented to us here by the Media Council CEO, Mr. David Omoyo, one of the things that was missing was community media. And right now, in fact, the question I would ask you is from the conversations that you've heard here and from everything that we've seen, even from the report that was tabled earlier, are you facing similar challenges to what the so-called legacy media are facing? We've already been told print might be on its deathbed, which I absolutely love the reactions that have come from it, because we've heard from 3 different people saying no, print media is not dying. They only need to change how they do their stories and how they go about things. But now for community media, you cater for a very particular audience. Yours is a very concentrated audience within a certain community. So are you facing similar challenges in terms of loss of audience, in terms of loss of interaction, and how are you making do with the changes that you're facing at this particular moment?
Thank you very much. I think when I accepted to be a panelist, I did not see this coming. But when I saw the panelists, I almost withdrew my acceptance because it was just full of doctors. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Muraya. I want to say that for community media, we serve a very special demographic, and maybe that is the reason why you're seeing trust in media has increased, because for us what we do is in the aspect of co-creation. So whenever we develop programs, we develop together with our communities. However, we still face challenges in terms of revenue, even though we operate with very lean teams. Issues around revenue, issues around interactions, and of course also issues around content generation usually come up. Most of the time, we work with volunteers, and also we work with interns from different institutions, as well as those that we are given by MCK. So you find that when they come in, you're going to take a long time in terms of orienting them towards community media practice, because most of them, when they're in school, they're just looking forward to become, to go to the mainstream media. So when they come to the community media houses, that is when now they get surprised that there are some radio stations that are serving just maybe 5 kilometer radius or 25 kilometer radius. The other thing that we are facing, I think mostly in the issue of content generation, since we are operating in a very small area, yet we want to ensure that these guys also get to understand what is in the mainstream. So we get content maybe from the mainstream and then contextualize it towards our communities. So mostly those are some of the challenges that we are facing. However, in terms of community media surfacing in that report, I think it has always been a trend. we've not been surfaced most of the time. Think we are categorized as others. Yeah, so so that is what is usually happening. But I believe that we make impact, and maybe something special for community media should be done.
Well, something needs to be done for, and thank you. We appreciate that applause. Boniface, you're saying something needs to be done, and I like the fact that you've also spoken about your different dynamics in terms of even the journalists that work for you, because you're talking about most of them being interns and some, of course, being volunteers because of the space that you are in. But then in comes the question, at the end of the day, you're a media house and you still need to serve the community where you're working within. So how do you bridge that gap and just ensure that besides just taking stories from mainstream media and repackaging for community media, that you serve the community where your station is in?
Yes, so that is what I say, that what we do first is co-creation with the community. And then community media also, we use a 360 degrees intervention model. That means that we are on air, we are online, and of course also we are on ground. So for people who are unable to listen to us on air through radio, they can follow our stories on social media. We repurpose these stories or the radio forums then to different social media sites. And then we also do video. So our radios are usually also live. And then we take the radio to the people, that is on town hall forums. We have discussions with the people on different issues. And this then supports us in terms of getting feedback, especially direct feedback from our communities. But of course, also the interns go out to the field, collect bites, do stories, collect vox pops and community engagements. So then we get to have that content.
And as a quick last question to you, do you also have to deal with citizen journalists from your own Muta, and how do you handle it?
One thing that we do, yes, there are citizen journalists from Muta, but even recently we conducted a training for WhatsApp admin managers to be able to understand how to fact check. So the citizen journalists, some of them even come in as volunteers, and we always even send them to trainings by the Media Council. But of course also we have internal in-house trainings. Sometimes wanakorozana na wanahabari, but after all, they go back to the same community because most of our journalists also stay within that community.
So thank you very much, and let's appreciate this panel. I know you have questions, yeah, but we've agreed with Leo that we have the other panel come, then we will have a combined plenary session. I can see you shaking your head, but because of time, kindly allow us to do that. So I'll have Quinta come, invite the next panel, then we'll have one joint plenary that will cater for all the questions that we might have. Let's applaud my panel as we invite Quinta over to the stage to take on the next topic. Oh, and my panelists, don't leave. This is not an excuse to run away from the questions. We still expect you to be around to respond to the questions that are directed to you. Karibu Quinta.
Thank you, Mariah. Good afternoon, everyone. Probably this is an opportune time to just turn to your neighbor as we catch a few minutes. As we transition to the next panel, just say hi to your neighbor, exchange business cards, get to know where they work. Thank you very much for being cooperative. So my name is Quinta Mbori. And I work at the Association of Media Women in Kenya. I'm the executive director. Thank you so much for joining us as we mark World Press Freedom Day 2026 under the theme Shaping a Future at Peace. So perhaps before I invite my panel, you can also use this chance to discuss with your neighbor how many days we have to 2027 elections. How many days are left? Please don't go to AI. Okay. I wish I had gifts to give. How many days do we have to the next elections? 150? Over 400, very close. For 50, very close is the best answer we have received so far. For 51, smart. For 56, close, but let me help you with that. We have about, if we are to have elections on the 10th of August, 2027, then we have about 463 days to go. Okay? And I know that from where we sit, we can already feel the political heat. The temperatures are rising. And we already feel the characteristics of elections in this country. We can see coalitions being formed and counter coalitions being formed. There's a lot of political conversations going on the spaces where we are at, in the media, on the social spaces. And one thing about this panel is that even though, elections in this country are very critical, sometimes due to intolerance from where we sit, there can also be eventful moments. And in this country of ours, we have unfortunately experienced 2007 post-election violence. And one thing that we have to agree is that the role of the media is very critical during elections in this country, because media's role is to support democratic electoral process in Kenya. And so we have a responsibility to the citizen, we have a responsibility to the nation, we have a responsibility to the political candidates. That is also included in the constitution of this country. So why then are we experiencing political intolerance? And is there anything that we can do to quell those temperatures and ensure that we deliver a free, fair, credible, verifiable elections come 2027? So to help me navigate or dissect this very critical topic, allow me to welcome my panel. And the first one is Mr. Jackson Mwikamba. He's Principal Legal Officer, National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC. Let's clap for him until he arrives. He has not even arrived. Let's continue clapping. Let's encourage him. Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. We also have representing Political Journalists Association, Jerry Rawlings. Is he around? Yes, Jerry is in the room. Thank you very much. I also have a student from Strathmore in the spirit of embracing the Generation Z. I have Andrea Wakori. Let's clap for her. She's very courageous to join the panel. And I have a final panelist. Leo, you'll help me with her credentials. Is Leo? Yes. She's here? Okay.
Looking for you.
Dr. Esther Kingori, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Esther. Welcome. Yes, we also have representing. Oh, okay. Do we have enough room? Yes, we have a representative from Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. You can join us as well. And Dr. Esther Kingori, perhaps, okay. What's your name? Elijah from representing Kenya National Human Rights. Okay, so as we set the political temperatures on our panel today, I'm just going to do one round of very quick. Yes, we also have from the Media Council of Kenya, Tabitha. Welcome. Let's clap for her, please. So let's have the microphone do a round as we get to hear your voices, and we set the temperature for the panel. From you, Mr. Jackson, what comes to mind when you think of elections in Kenya?
Good afternoon.
From the organization where you sit as well. You can also give us your thoughts.
Thank you. Quinta, good afternoon. Yes, I think Kenya has its own history, that after every 5 years, there must be a violence. It is all, it's very certain. The patterns are very clear, that immediately before the tension rises, and even before we vote, there are acrimonies. And thereafter, we resort into violence. So I would say the level of political intolerance, it is something within us during electioneering period. If you may allow me, Quinta, we are all aware of the narratives about zoning. You have started it. That this is my bedroom, this is my kitchen, this is my sitting. We have already started it, that we don't want to tolerate others because their views are different from us. Yeah, that's a picture I can paint.
Thank you very much. Can give the microphone for the next speaker. Jerry, what comes to mind when you think of elections in Kenya, from where you sit in the organization that you serve?
Okay, good afternoon. The first thing that comes to mind as a journalist is the safety and security of journalists, because during elections and even before elections and after the elections, journalists have really borne the brunt of insecurity. There are instances where, especially the political journalists, they risk their lives. Some have been assaulted, their equipment confiscated or destroyed. So as we head to the 2027 general elections, as you rightly put it, the issue here, first of all, is the intolerance. We are seeing the increasing in political intolerance than ever before. We've always had those political intolerances in the previous elections, but as we head to the 27 polls, I think it's just on a higher level. So as a journalist who represent political journalists, the first issue is always the safety and security of the journalists. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Andrea? Let me ask you a very political question. Have you voted before?
Well, this will be my first time, this 2027. Yeah, so I haven't voted before. I would be voting for my first time in 2027, and I must say I'm excited.
Okay, and what do you expect?
For me, I really expect a time where, as Kenyans and as young Kenyans, we're able to participate in change making. So rather than sitting behind and having a day to just sleep at home, it's a chance to wake up early, go make those lines and make our decisions heard and known that this is what we want for our Kenya, because we are becoming the new adults. So we really need to put our voices out there. So yeah.
Thank you, Andrea. Daktari?
What can I say? In 2007, I was a journalist, so I encountered the violence that went on against journalists at that time. So as we approach this 2027 election, I am apprehensive, but again, I am hopeful, because as Kenyans, we are a resilient people. So I hope as the theme says, we are working towards peace. I hope that we'll be able to collaborate for 2027 to be peaceful.
Thank you, Elijah. What picture does it paint in your head? What does it remind you of?
Thank you. From the perspective of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, elections has been about monitoring and promoting the right to vote and to be voted for, and ensuring that it is done within a space that is peaceful and cohesive. With that in mind, because of unaddressed issues within our country that are historic, because of boundary issues, for example, because of matters that haven't yet been addressed, then elections periodically become the concerts of contestation that lead to violence and that lead to the deterioration of some of the rights that have been promised to us under the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Elijah. And finally, Tabitha, what comes to your mind when you think of elections?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that I've been with the Electoral Management Body for 14 years. So I've been involved in 6 elections, which includes the presidential the fresh presidential election, and also the boundaries delimitation, which brought in the constitution that we are using today. Well, elections, we don't have to be sad about elections. Elections don't have to end badly with violence. Elections is an opportunity for you to exercise your democratic right to put in the leader that you want in place. It is a time when political parties actually participate and candidates very actively, and we get to know their mandate. Unfortunately, it's also a time where it's not just a contest of the votes, but there's also the contest of narrative. There's a contest of resources, and there's a contest of everything that is good and that is bad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to my panelists. I have picked mixed reactions, mixed feelings. There's hope, there's fear, there's optimism. And I'm sure that given the discussions that we're having today, perhaps we'll be able to deliver elections in this country in the most peaceful manner. So allow me to just go straight right into it. And I'm going to put Mr. Jackson Mukamba again on the spot. The biggest conversation that is the country is talking about is on goonism. We've seen a lot of political goonism happening, from different spectrum, politician to politician, political parties to the citizens, citizens to political parties, politicians to journalists. Allow me to just highlight two cases that have directly affected the media industry. On March 20th, 2026, there were 2 journalists that were attacked. They were covering a political function in Cherangani, Trans Nzoia. We've had another incident that happened during the celebrations of Madaraka Day in Homa Bay County, where 6 journalists were affected. Just in Kikuyu, other journalists were attacked because the political convoy was being blocked, and so they were physically attacked, and they also lost their equipment. So the question that we are asking you today is, what is happening in the country? Who is behind political goonism? Who is the goon? Because we have seen even the politicians themselves are not safe. No one is safe because even the politicians themselves are being attacked. Who is the goon? And what does the National Cohesion and Integration Commission doing about this political intolerance that we're experiencing in this country?
Thank you. It is true in the recent times, there have been incidents of, goons attacking the perceived opponent. I am not able to state who is the goon, who are they. But as I alluded earlier, our political mobilization is always, along ethnic line, along, militia, so to speak, kind of. You organize your people in a way, the so-called supporters, in a certain pattern, so that you can gain the traction. And I think as a country, we have started, we have started it so, early that you said we have like 400 days before we go for the next elections. But what is happening lately is not good. Even as a commission, we are really concerned. So the issues of goons have been there. And it cut across all political parties. I think yesterday or the day before yesterday in Narok, there were issues. And it is the same community. But still, I think a deputy governor was, they almost attacked the deputy governor because he alluded to a certain political affiliation, which, other people were not comfortable with. The commission is doing something, Quinta, and the audience. I can assure you, we cannot sit down and let these people up their day. The Garissa incident, we are aware something is being done. But what I was saying, the commission alone cannot deal with this issue. Remember, it has an element of, it is a criminal act. These are criminals in the name of goons. They are criminals. What they are doing, even some are looting, they are stealing and robbing people. The police are working, the DCI are working, the Ngao in the grassroots, and it is not something that can end in one day. So, Quinta, I don't know whether I've really responded to your question, but sooner, we don't have commissioners as a commission, but we expect them, they were vetted last week. We expect them maybe to be gazetted any time from today. And so our activities really are slowed down in terms of, visibility, yeah. But it is something, there are investigations going on, including the Garissa one, I'm aware. Even whatever is happening, whatever happened in Kisumu, we are monitoring the situation. But the problem are the politicians. That's how they, they survive. They don't want to follow the rules. They have to cause a confusion. And in that mayhem, they have a way of, winning or getting popularity. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. Although the question, if I had more time, I would have pinned you down further, but allow me to just jump to Jerry. In fact, just put this question in the parking lot. How do you expect media, for example, to cover such incidences? So Jackson, I'll come back to you, but Jerry, you can still answer that question. How do we expect media to respond to coverage of these incidences, such as the one that was experienced, for example, recently in Kisumu County during the burial of the father of the member of parliament there, Mr. James Nyikal. So at what exactly is expected? And when I talk about media here, I'm talking about both mainstream as well as the new media. What happens in such situations? Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, journalists are supposed to be aware of the environment for them to cover the events. And now that we are experiencing a lot of goonism, as you put it, journalists, one of the things that they should always do, we are always told that you should have those media kits. They have jackets that written press, so that whoever is there should know that there's a journalist covering this event. But then the challenge has always been, if you look at the counties, there is this journalist who probably is embedded with the governor. I'm just giving that as an example, or is embedded with the other aspirant who wants to take over the gubernatorial seat. So you will find that one of the governors, or one of the aspirants, or one of the candidates will hire goons to beat up this journalist because he feels that this journalist has not been covering him or her positively. The other incident is you find that this probably particular journalist, because of the pay in the newsroom, the pay has really gone down. Most of the journalists hardly get a pay at the end of the month, so that you find this journalist, he will definitely take a position or one stand. He will either decide to support this competitor who has promised him or her that once he gets in, he will become the director of communication. So therefore, he's being induced to either take a particular way of covering those events. But then that's where the issue of ethics come in. But we've been, there are some journalists who have also asked us, for example, the political journalists, how will I eat ethics? You see, at the end of the day, this journalist wants to survive just like any other person. So will you support him to go the unethical way for him to survive or not? So journalists, especially going into an election here, there's a lot of there's a cocktail of issues that are also bedeviling these journalists to either work ethically or not. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, Jerry. Please hand the microphone to Tabitha. There's a question that Jerry has posed coming from journalists asking, will ethics put food on their table? And maybe just to add a bit of flesh to that question, AMWIC recently released a State of Women in the Media report. And even though the focus of the study was on women media professionals, 17.2% only reported that they feel safe covering elections. 17.2%. So that means about Mwalimu wa maths. What is the difference of 17.2%? That is 82.8? 82.8% feel unsafe. Okay, and also coming closely, looking at the same report, 59% of the journalists were employed as correspondents and interns. These are very vulnerable positions. The other percentage are the only ones who are on permanent employment. The same report revealed that 64.8% had faced some form of physical threats. So coming from the Media Council of Kenya, especially under the mandate of regulation and protection and rights and privileges of journalists, when you consume this data, how does it present, especially ahead of 2027 elections? When you look at the plight of journalists in this country, do we feel like it's going to interfere with press freedom? And what are we doing about it? How do we ensure that come 2027, our journalists will be covered enough using legal frameworks, they'll be covered enough looking at their welfare issues, looking at even matters of training, because if you look at the same AMWIC report, it said that 70% of journalists in the newsroom are under 35, and only 58% have less than 5 years. So we are looking at a very big gap in terms of the capability and the capacity of journalists who are going to cover elections. There's so many issues facing them. So from the Media Council perspective, what do these issues present for you, and what are we doing about them?
Thank you. Let me start by saying that it's true, and especially at this time when so many media houses have laid off journalists. Journalists have become very vulnerable, and you find some of those journalists are freelance journalists now, and during elections, because they are accredited by Media Council of Kenya, they will also be out there covering elections. And when salaries are also not paid and delayed, that makes the journalists extremely vulnerable. You find that journalists covering rallies, and as I said earlier, during elections, there is increased also circulation of money, and everybody wants a share of it. Even journalists themselves, whether employed or out there doing freelance. There is also the issue of advertisement. There's politicians, political parties, and also candidates, and the electoral management body will spend money doing advertisement, and everybody wants a share of it. So you find that there is intimidation and harassment of journalists covering rallies during campaigns, and some are perceived to have taken sides. And true, some do take sides. You can know which journalist is where. So because of the political intolerance, which shows up also in hostility to opposing sides and those who are perceived to be supporting others, you find that journalists are captured in those moments. During tallying centers also, they are harassed at the tallying center. Some do get accreditation, but some don't have accreditation. So they are chased away by people who perceive that they are not supporting them. And sometimes they are also sent away by the election officials if they are not accredited. So there is a lot of threat, and there is a lot of, they are even blocked or harassed by political parties. We have seen journalists, their OBs or crews being sent away because they are perceived to be supporting certain political actors. And we also have journalists who are contesting as aspirants. And there is also this perception that maybe they are being favored by their fellow journalists. So we have cases where politicians have actually advocated for boycotting of media, certain media stations. We've heard them say, do not watch, do not buy this paper. But also some media houses, to be fair, they've taken political sides. Media owners take political sides. Media staff also take political sides. So sometimes some hostility is invited, others is not invited. And some, they have also been bribed by the politicians so that they can cover them favorably. And they are also harassed when a journalist, a very professional journalist, is covering maybe rallies or during elections. They witness some voter manipulation or maybe some malpractice, and they are harassed and their gadgets are taken away so that they do not give that as evidence. So a lot is happening, and I think sensitization and also the political leaders need to be tolerant and to allow the media ecosystem to thrive. And also the journalists themselves, we have a duty to ensure that we adhere to the code of conduct.
All right, thank you, Tabitha. Maybe just back to Elijah. Listening to what the previous speakers have said, we can probably all agree that there is, of course, violation of human rights of journalists in this country. We have experienced it. We've seen it firsthand when media professionals have been arrested because of the content that they have produced. Allow me to even mention the Blood Parliament documentary. We have seen from media reports what happened to the team behind the Blood Parliamentary documentary. We've seen journalists, standard group journalists like Collins Kweyu, who have been arrested because of their work. And in fact, you released a report recently that highlighted all these violations of human rights. I'm just wondering, what, after the release of the report, what's next? What steps should we expect? And what kind of preparations do you have in place ahead of the 2027 elections, where it is always expected that when you have this kind of events, we'll still have many journalists facing physical violence, digital violence. How is Kenya National Commission on Human Rights working with media, with different organizations to deal with this?
Thank you for that. I'll start by saying the Commission has a very strong relationship between not only the MCK, but also the Union of Journalists, AMWIC, and various other associations that work together and the umbrella bodies of journalists. From our monitoring agencies, whenever protests are there, we are always with journalists either standing behind police officers and trying, or while watching to see how the occasions are being handled. We've seen numerous incidences indeed that journalists are quickly arrested, particularly where there is an incident of violence and they've managed to capture. Or I would use the example in the context of elections when a journalist records, for example, an incident of bribery. So immediately the aspirant or the candidate would coordinate to have their gadgets confiscated or their memory cards removed and even damaged. And we've seen a pattern because now they've removed that criminal liability. So there is that pattern where the journalist would be arrested and placed in custody for a while, then later on released without any proper documentation as to the entry of the cell or without any charge. We've worked together with some of the agencies, particularly MCSK, the Kenya Union of Journalists, and we can the rest to ask, what are the security protocols for journalists? Are we prepared or equipped as journalists before we are deployed to any mission? Knowing that a majority are freelancers, what capabilities do you have, or what joint rapid response are we going to have to ensure that your safety as a journalist comes first? So who will you be able to contact if your phone is confiscated? What are your emergency protocols? And this is the conversation that we are having in preparation of any forthcoming demonstration or any forthcoming electioneering cycle, that you should be alive that your safety comes first as a journalist, and there should be steps. The organization or the person sponsoring you to that event should be able to put in at least some measure to know that your safety is guaranteed. If it is not there, then you should be asking yourself, which other agency or which other contact can I be able to get to, so that whenever I'm in crisis, someone can come to my aid. And what we do is, apart from just launching a strategy in terms of securing the rights within an election cycle, we work together with agencies to have those list of contacts, for example, so that we coordinate any agency that is monitoring, any agency that is investigating, that their contacts and emergency contacts are made available and in wide circulation, particularly to the key stakeholders that we work around the field of rights and we work around the field of monitoring and reporting, so that that coordination is there to safeguard every person who is not directly participating but monitoring or reporting whenever an incident occurs. Also, in that light, it's time that we start examining some of the ways in which the word national security can be employed to make it as a justification either to start having surveillance against journalists or to have some stories killed within the editorial circles, so that over time you see a sort of chilling effect, that journalists know that some stories that have public interests are a no-go zone because there would be consequences of certain ramifications if you publish a certain story. And this now chilling effect becomes a self-censorship. So you have journalists who are too afraid to to tackle issues that really concern the public, or to target us or speak up against individuals who they see are clearly violating rights. We need press freedom. We don't need a media that has become a bulletin board where we just come and see tunajua ni ile ya kawaida. So we need a strengthened space, and it is for us as a country to ensure that the state provides an enabling environment for press freedom and for journalists generally to thrive within the space that they are working. So we need also more protection, particularly for the journalists who are working within the digital sphere or these upcoming new media forms that either do not have regulation, someone has just launched a YouTube channel and is trying to gain mileage. So these journalists also require some form of regularization and also protection against whatever environment that they are working towards. I yield.
Just before you release the microphone, are you able to commit that journalists and media professionals who are affected by the protest-related violence will get their compensation?
Well, I'm not in a position to say that at the moment because I'm not the authority to say so. But what I will say, generally speaking, is that whenever there is a right, there is a remedy. It is your guaranteed right to remedy. So because there is a call that all those who faced historical injustices and violations of whatever kind, then they are entitled to a remedy. Now, to the modalities of how is different, because from our perspective, we are to provide a framework. We do not have the money. Someone else is paying the money. Okay, I yield.
Thank you for the politically correct answer. So I'm going to move to Daktari. You can pass the microphone to Daktari. You can pick from the conversation that there seems to be a clash between ethics and what is happening on the ground. Because ethically, journalists they already have a code of conduct, and with all this prescription of how and what they're supposed to do when it comes to covering news or content. But now when it comes to practice, we can see that it's not business as usual. They are going for for months without pay. And the election period is probably a lucrative opportunity for journalists to engage in a bit of, I would call it naughtiness, because that's not what is supposed to happen. But this is the reality that we're dealing with. So maybe from the academia perspective, what are you doing in terms of just collaborating with different media organizations to ensure that what is prescribed in the classroom is what is happening in the market? And if you look at the data that has been given out by MCK as well as our study, majority of those who are currently working in the media space are also very young. So what kind of partnership are you building from the academia perspective with mainstream media? Because in the past, there's always been this talk that media and academia, they seem not to work together. So is there something that you're doing or plans that you have to ensure that we're able to follow through with what is taught?
Okay, thank you for your question. I think I'll begin from what our dean said in the morning. What we believe here in Strathmore, we have one of the key values that guides us is freedom and responsibility. And even that goes back to our constitution. We don't have, as much as there is a freedom of media and freedom of expression, it is not absolute. So there has to be, when you start inciting people to violence or inciting communities, inflaming passions, that stops being freedom of the media, stops being freedom of expression. It becomes like a crime of incitement. So it's important, even going back to the theme, our theme of today, shaping a future of peace. Yes, we are rallying behind the media, championing for that freedom, the freedom of the media to report, freedom from not being threatened. We have to go back and we thank the Media Council because of the propagating these standards. So our media, our newsrooms must also be responsible. And like someone was saying, we also call upon the editors also and media houses to pay journalists, compensate them so that they are not lured, especially at this political season when there is money not just for Wanjiku, but also to give brown envelopes to journalists so that they may cover favorably. So each of us has a place to play and we need to collaborate to champion freedom and also to ensure that there is peace. Now, going back to your question about what we are doing as an institution, as a school, this is one of just not the beginning of the journey, but it's a continuation of what we've been doing, this collaboration. We've come together with Media Council to champion ethics and standards. We have our students covering, and we also have our students in the audience. We also have faculty here. And it's not just the first time we've been collaborating with the Media Council. They've been coming to teach our students on ethics and giving them accreditation, giving them press cards. We also do guest lectures where we invite senior journalists to come and speak to our students. So we are doing a lot in this journey towards peace and ethics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Please fan the mic to the last one. Andrea, I'm just going to take you back to the State of Media Report, the 2025 State of Media Report that has just been released this morning by the Media Council of Kenya that showed that social media is leading in terms of source of news at 27%, and about 74% of Kenyans are using social media. Are you surprised? That's my first question.
No, I'm not.
Why? Why are you not surprised?
Well, if I look at myself as a case study, I think I pass the news when my mother is watching news like once a week. Every other piece of information I have comes from social media websites. So whether it's TikTok, Instagram, X, and even when I think back to class discussions, majority of us will get our information from the social media platforms rather than saying, oh, I watched news yesterday and I saw this case was going on. It will be, I was scrolling on X this morning, or I was scrolling on X yesterday and I came across this and this. So it doesn't surprise me.
If you had an opportunity to address one, media houses, 2 maybe politicians, and 3 maybe just Kenyans, the Kenyan citizen, what would you tell them about capitalizing on the digital platform, especially to advance as we approach the elections in 2027? What would be your message to them?
I'll start with media houses because I think they still possess majority of the authority and credibility when it comes to giving information. It's very difficult to verify what you get on social media. So you'd find that as much as I would consume a story on Instagram, I would go check what has Citizen said or what has BBC said. So in that regard, the media houses have that credibility. And so because it's harder for us young people to go and collect the information from their news stations or whatever, it would be good for them to have the platforms that are up to date, timely, and easily accessible to the young people and the people in general so that their information can be verified that way. To politicians, I don't know. No. To Kenyans at large, I think when I started, I said I'm excited because for us young people, well, it's mainly based on age that we've now gotten to the point we can make a decision. So it's a great opportunity to be able to stand at that position and make change. And that would be my call to Kenyans at large. But as 2027 approaches, it's your opportunity to make your voice heard. And so using the digital space where we can all access I'm sure we all have mobile phones with us in our pockets or in our hands. And through those devices, you can access a digital platform. So it's important for you to be part of the story by telling your story and at the same time, consuming the information that's given to you to have the facts right. Rather than going around and, propagating what you think the story is, you have an opportunity to tell the facts based on, research and wherever you get your information from, but putting it through the platforms that are easily accessible to each and every Kenyan.
Yeah, before you hand back the mic to Jerry for his final remarks and one quick round of the panel, what would you tell your peers?
I think I would just start by saying I am very honored that as a generation, we are very politically aware. We are not letting our decisions be made and called by other people. We want to stand in the spaces and make our voices heard. And so I would encourage us to keep doing that. Keep putting ourselves also in the positions to take leadership. So don't just let the old guys, to do that. As much as you reach the qualification age-wise and you can put sound opinions and actions together, you can actually make that change. So stop waiting for people to make the decision for you. You can do it. So that would be my advice to the peers.
Thank you, Andrea. I don't know whether that's a good place to end. Unless my panel has a very pressing rebuttal or a comment, I can see Leo is telling me we need to cross over to the plenary. Unless there's something Jerry has something to say, yes. Something very pressing, it can't wait. Yes, Jerry.
Okay, just a quick one. For me, going into 27 polls, one of the things that MCK should do, or they must do, is based on the report, we have got very young journalists who have just come in, who are in the newsroom, and this will be the first time they are covering elections. They've never covered elections before, so there is therefore a need for training. Then two, we must also tell our journalists who are political aspirants that when it's time to exit, please, they should just exit before time so that other competitors don't feel that they have got undue advantage. Then lastly, I think given that we are in the Kenya Media Sector Working Group, I think there's need to collaborate with the National Police Service so that our safety and security is guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. All right, Mariah, let me welcome you back, and a round of applause to my panelists. Do they need to exit?
Yes. So what we can do so that we don't keep anybody on stage, we are going to take questions, and kindly note all the questions we are taking now for the 3 sessions, starting from your reactions from the report this morning. And I didn't know we had a uniform. We had a theme. I just realized that right now. And we are encouraging questions mostly from the young guys. We've been told us old guys to kae kando kidogo, sindio? And please, when you ask your question, just refer to the panelist if you want to respond to that question. Oh, I'll also guide you, no problem. Shoot.
Hi, my name is Leah Kot Nyawara. I'm a freelance journalist and also a student at Multimedia University. And there are so many issues that have been spoken about. And one of the things I've noticed is that we have Strathmore. It has so much structure in regards to taking students through mentorship and all that. But when you come to public universities, it's not the same. You have to learn everything on your own. If you go to the editing labs, the computers, all of them are not even working. We are having issues when the lecturers strike. We have so much gap to meet, because remember, there was a strike that happened. But now we have so much deadline. We have to meet that particular deadline in order for us to just submit. So that's where students will go back again to use AI, because the time frame is so small. And these are so many issues that are not talked about. We have curriculums. They are so outdated. We are talking about people in Strathmore already embedding AI, already having mentors who are in the AI space. But when you go to public institution, it's not the same. And remember, we are all going to write our CVs and going to apply to all of these jobs. And another thing about social media, we've seen NRG radio, like that radio, it had a platform where so influencers were applying to report. Like they had to submit a video. Remember, there is somebody who has been in school for 4 years and has been applying to some of these stations. But then it takes us influencer to go there and be smart on camera, and is taking the job. So there are so many issues. Number one, curriculum, they have to look about it. And lastly, there was that one, they were talking about journalists not going to these newsrooms. I've been there, I've not gone to any newsroom. The only one we go to is KBC alone. We don't get an opportunity to even interact with the modern news stations. So more collaboration within universities and these other media stations can help produce professional journalists. So I don't know if that is a question or a reaction, but yeah, that's what I had to say.
Actually, there are several questions there, and I think they are all very. But wait. And yeah, I like the fact that mmeambiwa mujiulizie hizi maswali so that I also don't lose the thought process. Leo, do you mind doing quick notes for me, or if you can allocate somebody so that we don't lose out on any question? But Andy, be prepared for the question on influencers and why you're employing influencers instead of trained journalists. I was hoping Dr. Joanne was still in the room to respond to the curricula from a public institution perspective, but we'll get somebody to respond to that. Shoot.
I come in peace because one of my questions is already out. Why you are employing influencers and leaving out the trained journalists from the higher learning of institutions with ethical code of conduct. Everything is equipped with us, and then you employ the influencers. It's really a bad habit, by the way. Just answer that question. And then my question, based on the current data, women in media constitute nearly 50% of journalism graduates in Kenya, yet hold less than 20% of senior editorial and management roles. So what structural reforms can media institutions implement to ensure that this leaky pipeline does not continue to drain female talent from leadership trajectories? And my second question, that question is from the first panel, where demystifying the changing media environment. Hope I'm clear, and it will go to the BA Dr. Academic Director, Strathmore University. Hope is around. Yeah. Okay, then my next question is, now with only 3.7% of managing editor or media managers positions and 2.8% of media ownership held by women, how can advocacy initiatives like AMWIC and mentorship program be scaled to transform visibility into genuine decision-making power at highest levels of media leadership? I failed to introduce myself. I'm Madri Kagola, a student from the University of Nairobi, a member of AMWIC, and I'm presenting KCA today here at the World Presidium Day. Thank you.
You wear very many hats. I hope you don't mind. Actually, the question to Daktari will not respond. I'll tell you who will respond. I like the fact that Quinta is already on stage, because that is a direct question to Amwik, and Zubeida can also help respond to that question. Zubeida, I hope you are listening to the question on women in media. That's a
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ujambo Florence from Moi University at third year. I'm currently an attachment at RMS, and we've all said AI is here and it's here to stay, right? But one thing remains clear. We have lecturers in the room, we have parents in the room, and we have media professionals in the room. And we have to admit that AI is here. So if AI reshapes both newsrooms and the curriculum, are we training a generation to critically think, or are we training a generation to operate machines? Because truth be told, our curriculum is a mess. Yeah, and the big question is, who is going to close this gap? Yeah, And given that AI systems are trained and historically trained on historical data that often reflects on existing media biases, are we not at a risk of automating and scaling those very biases? We've talked about tribalism, we've talked about ethnical issues. So that is my question. Thank you.
And I think I like, let's first get responses for those, and I'm not discriminating against the boys. I'm coming back to you. Let's take the questions from the ladies first. I'll start with Quinta, then Andy. I hope you're ready with your response on influencers, but Quinta will start with with a question on women in media and the leadership structure, and why we are losing so much talent down here. We don't have that projection. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Mariah. Thank you, Madrik, for that question. Let me give you the exact stats. We are talking about 2.8 women in media leadership in Kenya right now. Mwalimu wa math, if you do the reverse of that, that's about 91.2. No. 2.8% positions are being held by women. So the opposite is 97.2 are held by men. That's an epidemic. It's a crisis. And it is likely to do with gendered threats that women in the media face. As per our report, again, we are talking about 64.8% who are reported having faced physical threats. We did another report in 2023 on sexual harassment. We're talking about 60% having faced sexual harassment. Then we also have 60% facing technology-facilitated gender-based. And largely these are threats that have are based on I would call it stereotype. The society where we come from, it's highly patriarchal. So these challenges that women are facing in the media are as a result of the society that we come from. But the question that we need to ask is, do we then stop advocating for safer and better workplaces for women in the media? No. Our report also recommends that we upscale mentorship for women in the media, as well as training opportunities. And then we also push for policies that are gender transformative, especially for policies that are gender transformative, and also to push for implementation of these policies. Because we've seen that for most media organizations, one of the things that we struggle with, even from the industry level, is accountability. Nobody is willing to be accountable for their professionals. So if we can work on those three issues, one, on mentorship and training opportunities for women in the media, and we eliminate gender threats that they experience, and we also work on ensuring that all these practices are written down in some form of policy. In the absence of an internal policy, which I always say is the first line of defense, then we can benchmark on what is available in our constitution and other legal frameworks. Thank you very much, Mura. You want to add?
Oh, okay. And clearly this should be the official World Press Freedom Day uniform, because I don't know why the rest didn't get the memo. Blue and red, yeah? So after ED speaks, I don't know what more to add. And it's been a tough call for especially me. After exiting the newsroom last year, I got so many questions from colleagues. And they were like, you are our voice. So if certain individuals frustrate you out of the newsroom and you're supposed to be speaking for us, what does that mean to us? Do we still have room in the newsroom, or should we all exit? You know, I would encourage you not to give up. I know we are not where we would want to be. The environment is no longer conducive, especially for women leaders in the newsroom, but don't give up. We launched the report ED is making reference to last week, and I was literally in tears because I could relate with everybody and everything they said, their experiences in the newsroom, the frustration. You know, many of them feel stagnated, they are not growing, they are not being given positions of power. You know, the pay is not equal. And I don't know whether Mili is still here. I looked at the first panel when we were seated here. Out of 7, I was the only woman. And I was telling myself, what does this mean? Is it that we are not confident enough to come grab or take these positions or vie for these positions? Or where is the missing link? Is it that we are not mentoring women enough? Is it that we are not, yes, confident? So mine is to encourage you, don't give up. In as much as I was in tears when we launched that report, I was also encouraged because I saw many women who've exited in the newsrooms, mainstream media, who are doing an amazing job out here. Many have started their own outfits and they are getting funding, mostly from Gates Foundation, GIZ, and the rest. You know of Willow Health, you know? There's different Torah, you know, so many are doing so well. So don't give up. And media in today's world, media has evolved. It's no longer about being in the newsroom. You can start with your own platform, you know, so long as you're consistent and you have a niche, you always get support. And even leadership positions. Mimi na Quinta, we are here right now, but when we exit tomorrow, I mean tomorrow, not tomorrow, but in the near future, we don't want to leave a gap. Sawa. Msikate tamaa, please. And join networks, skill yourself as well. And I love the question about AI. I'm one person that loves challenging myself. I take up courses all the time because media is evolving. We are talking about influencers joining the newsrooms. Why are they joining the newsrooms? Because they are bringing something new to the table. So don't go to the newsroom with the skills that you learned 10 years ago. Keep skilling yourself. I took up a course on AI, and right now I do literally everything using AI as an enabler. I don't let AI do everything for me. And I was on a panel where the government advisor on AI spoke about AI and said, AI is not artificial, nor is it intelligent, because it requires your input for it to operate. Whatever you feed it with is what you get out. Garbage in, garbage out. So if you want, yes, many of us saw AI as a challenge, but I see it as a big opportunity that we can tap into, even as newsrooms, to sustain ourselves financially. There is money online. I know someone who wrote a book the other day using AI. I know someone who trained, someone I was with in the same class, who trained an organization and got 4 million shillings from it. Training the course we went to the same class for. He got 4 million shillings. Right now, for me, I do fact-checking, verifying research, and all those proofreading. I've designed my own bookshelf in the house using AI. I do pastries and design them using AI. So you just use it to your benefit. Make it work for you. Don't look at it as a threat. Because I remember when we went to China and we were introduced to their digital employees. As a news anchor, at some point I felt threatened. Because I asked myself, how do I compete with this machine that is all looking so pretty, all put together, and so on? And I told myself, no. Look at it as an opportunity for you to learn, skill, and make yourself better. Don't look at it as a threat. Because if we are not inputting what we are inputting for AI, haiwezi survive. So it's us to feed it with the right information, and we'll make our environment better. And even now, sometimes we go for conferences. You record 4 hours of content. You go to the newsroom, you can't just sit the way we used to sit when we joined the newsroom and take time codes. With AI, you can do it in seconds. So what I'm saying is, let's look at all the challenges that we are facing as an opportunity for our growth. Ndio kwa newsroom tunapitia challenges, we're being threatened, we are being sent for memos, we are not being given the opportunities, but jitokeze, stand out. And whenever you're given that opportunity, make it work and leave a mark. Isikae ni kama wanawake tunawasaidia. When you're given that opportunity, add value, leave an impact. Ndio watu wakiangalia wanasema, oh, clearly we've seen a lot change. Leave a mark, you know. So, but let's all feel encouraged. Yes, sometimes it feels like all said and done. There's no hope, but there is hope, especially for women leaders in this industry. And Quinta and I will continue fighting for you, but we need your support. We need your support. Those of us in the Media Sisters group, how many of us? Yes, I see several from Media Sisters group. Let's keep encouraging each other. Those of us in Amwick, let's keep encouraging each other. Sawa, lakini si eti tunasema boy child tumweke kando. We need you as well. Because if you're taking up 80+% of positions, it means that we need you to bring us to the decision-making table. We need you to hold our hand and not look at women as watu ambao tunawasaidia, tunawawezesha. Empowering women. Sindio? Asante.
Thank you. So Andy, we'll hear from Daktari, then you.
Thank you very much. The question about curriculum. How are curricula developed? Faculty begin, they look at the market, we do research and gather information. And then we ask ourselves, what niche do we want? When I was up here, I talked about our degree here is in communication. What does that mean? Journalism is in there, PR is in there, digital issues are in there, matters to do with development are in there. So it is to look at, you scan and look at the curriculum. Now, once a curriculum has been authorized by the Commission for University Education, you have to teach that for five years. And the 5th year, you have to renew it. And you go through the same process. So it is a question of being close to the practitioners, and that's why this occasion is very important for us. Media Council, the regulator, and the practitioners who are here. And having those relationships with them, they will tell us, the way industry is moving is in this direction. And we begin to embed. Even before the curriculum is renewed, you begin to mainstream the latest developments. What we did here, we started a digital radio station, and the photography, videography, and editing, using software were things that were not in our curriculum, but we've been using that and training our students. Some of them are in here. So, and then the most critical thing for us in Strathmore, the common causes, critical thinking, what it means to, philosophical anthropology, and so on. So those are the critical things that help us to look at the human side, So AI lets us use it ethically. It's not something we should be afraid of. I've been told that I'm beginning to develop some cataract, and yes, instead of going to a surgeon with a knife, they have told me that laser is the way to go. Although a granddaughter came and said, I like the rings in your eyes. I said, oh, okay. So what I'm saying is, let's not shy away from technology. It is a tool to assist us. And relationship with industry, the practitioners, that is how we renew curricula. And now, as I said in the morning, we need to work closely with the practitioners to begin to theorize these new things that are happening. The old theories may not hold because the ground is shifting and shifting very rapidly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Andy, there was a question to you.
Thank you, Sami. Let me stand here so that I don't speak nyuma ya watu. Sami, allow me to talk about women in the industry. Because if I don't do this, I'll not do justice to this session. I know we have had senior editors, female senior editors in our newsrooms. But I must say that in my role as editorial admin, I'm actually now in my sunset days in that newsroom, I have seen what has been happening. Young female journalists coming to me, crying that they are being oppressed by their female journalists, editors. It's happening across media houses. You think that it's a men who are harassing or not giving them opportunities, but even the female editors are harassing the young journalists. They don't want to give them an opportunity. I know of one, she had just left the academy, joined our parliamentary team. She was in tears because one senior female editor did not want her to get into that space. I leave it there. I don't want to add anything else. Back to the question about, it was in the influencers. Let me go back to the days when journalists and editors never used to think about numbers in the newsroom. You would come, we are professionals, we would do our job as journalists and as editors. Today, we have guys who are answerable to the board, and they are looking at the bottom line. At the end of the day, they want to see the numbers, the numbers, the numbers. Now editors are being asked, where are the numbers? Where are the numbers? At the end of the financial year, are the numbers adding up for the organization? So now editors have to think about numbers at the end of the day. Yet they are professionals. We are here to serve the Mwananchi, giving them news. Now, what do editors do or media managers do? To grow the numbers, especially in radio stations, I must say, especially in radio stations, we have now the so-called influencers. Just to come in and bring the numbers that the shareholders, the principal shareholders want to see in their balance sheet. You see, it's now about clicks and about views and about many other things. How many people are visiting your site? How many people are watching you? How many people are listening to your radio stations? I know when Radio Maisha was started, we had very many of those people on Radio Maisha. The Media Council, they call them media practitioners. Actually, they actually give them press cards nowadays under media practitioners. I used to be in charge of the issuing of press cards at the Standard Group, and there is a category for national and media practitioners because we cannot do without that category to grow the numbers because of growing the revenue base of media organizations. If you are losing revenue in print, in TV, in radio, you must gain it in the numbers elsewhere, either through your e-paper, through the influencers that you have. But what we insist as respectable media houses, professionalism must always count. Today we have a senior editor who now presents the morning show on Radio Maisha. He's called Delmas. And he's there with somebody, one of the guys. He's a senior journalist, actually a senior editor, but he ensures that there is professionalism in the questions that are asked, the guests that come, so that we don't lose the touch of journalism. So I think Sami have answered that question. And there was one question about visit to newsrooms.
Newsrooms, yes.
I'm sorry I'm not visited any newsroom. I feel very sad. I've been to sessions where I've invited people to come to our newsroom, the Standard newsroom, and I always tell students, if you want to come, even have a feel of how a newsroom is, just reach out to me individually. Take that bold step, reach out to me, and I'll give you that opening. I've done that to so many young journalists. They come, spend a day, others through the Kenya Editors Guild, they come, spend a week there, just to have a feel of how a newsroom is. Let's not just sit in the classroom. Let us give an opportunity to the young journalists like you. Reach out to me. We organize that. A day you have a feel, you sit with editors, you get to know, you visit the studios, you visit the newsroom, the printing press, see how papers are being dispatched, see how media organizations are also repackaging themselves, like the Nation Media Group Standard. Now we have the courier services. Instead of the idle capacity of vans coming back empty and going back empty, now we have courier services being run by the media houses, the two Nation and the Standard. So that's how media houses are trying to repackage themselves in this era of sustainability. Asante sana sana.
Thank you very much, Andy.
Karibu sana.
Let's appreciate him. And now you know you don't just have to go to KBC, eh? You can go somewhere else. Now, the person I've handed the mic to was not in a panel, but he will help me with the issue of curriculum. Hesbon Owila is from Aga Khan University. I know it's a private institution, but there's a question that has come in about public institutions and curriculum, and whether basically public institutions are offering curriculums that are substandard when it comes to journalism.
I think Prof has responded to the issue of curriculum quite elaborately. But because I understand public universities, I personally went to a public university, one of the best in terms of media and journalism, Maseno University. Then came to Daystar, and eventually I'm teaching in a private university. But I've also taught in a public university, actually two, Masai Mara and JKUAT. And what I can say is that the whole process of developing a curriculum is just like Prof said, there's an interaction between the industry and the academy. But I think the media is in this very fluid space where changes that happen in the industry are quite fast, and faster than what CUE says, that you can only review your curriculum after 5 years. And it's a whole process. And the way I know they are stricter for private universities. I don't know why. I would expect them to do the same for public universities, because that's where most Kenyans are and most students demand of these things. But I think the fact that it's a 5-year cycle basically tells you that it's not just about the curriculum, it's about the university being as dynamic and agile as it can, because you can't wait to review a curriculum to accommodate AI after 5 years if AI is evolving. And not just AI, the entire chain of the fourth industrial revolution of AI, Internet of Things, blockchain, and big data. So what happens? How many public university students are here, other than the one from Moi? Multimedia, any other? Okay. Public university professors. Now, that is where the problem is, for me, that they don't interact with the industry as much as they should. Because it is through these interactions that you get to know where are we, and then you update your curriculum to the cutting edge. And I think most of these questions you're asking here, there are forums in your university that you can also entreat the same questions and ask of them. But I think as an industry, because it's for the entire industry, there's a lot that the different organizations, the Kenya Editors Guild, the Media Council of Kenya can do in terms of standards, so that the issue of curriculum for journalism is not just a function of the Commission for University Education. It becomes a function of the Media Council of Kenya. Aga Khan, we have a medical school, and our admissions are not just based on what Aga Khan has. It has to go to the Kenya Medical, Dentist, and Practitioners Board. And I think there should be something like that with the Media Council of Kenya, so that it's not just a question of we floated a curriculum and this is what CUE has said about it. I think the Media Council of Kenya needs to have an input in that, or the media sector working group can actually have an input in that. Right now, we are in the process of coming up with an undergraduate curriculum, and the process is fairly long, just like Prof said, stakeholder engagement, review, market demand, but most critically, if you're launching a new program, CUE will always ask you, what new aspect are you bringing to the market? And I think that's where Media Council of Kenya can come in, that journalism has gone to another level. So any curriculum that is being launched, any curriculum that is being renewed, these are the bare minimums of the new things that they need to bring to the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I'm coming to you. There was a hand earlier that I cut short, so I can only start with him.
Yes. So, hi guys. My name is Collins. I'm a community journalist. Mine is to consider community journalist. Because I've been around the country for a while doing something called mobile journalism, training people on mobile journalism, yeah? And if you're here, if you have an institution, call me. I'll teach you on that, yeah? But the point is, what I noted for us community journalists is, or what I would like to ask, do we need to redefine what community journalism is with the digital era?
Because before, we used to define community journalism with an area. Like you had my fellow community journalists say there that it has a 5-kilometer radius or a 20-kilometer radius reach. But now with community, with now people coming out of the national media stations coming to the digital space, they are creating their own niche. And if you look at it in terms of even YouTube, it has their own, you can have your own community that you speak to. So do we need to redefine it from being a strategical area that media can be able to reach, or do we need to redefine it into a niche that a particular person or an institution is able to reach? Because with digital now, you can become global. For example, if you consider like weather, if I speak on weather, I'm not only talking to the people here. I can also talk to somebody who is in the United States and they can also follow up. So do we need to redefine what community media is? So that's my question. Thank you.
And it's a good question, and the person that has the microphone who wants to ask a question will also respond to that one. Paul, again, for putting you on the spot, but...
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Thanks. First of all, 2 interventions, and the students from the public universities, and all students. You're talking about a curriculum that is static. That's the feeling that the industry also talks about. You're giving people, the academy is giving people to the industry who can't respond to the trend, the new trends. But all is not lost. Within the media organizations, like for example, I speak for if I say from where I've been involved, when I'm involved at the Kenya Editors Guild, we have what we called interventions. That as people are practitioners and who also interact with the academy, the practice and the academy, we do what we call targeted things that we think that meet the demands of what we do. And out of that, we collaborate with the universities and do what we call master classes. We encourage, we do specific modules. For example, we did something about reporting, court reporting, the current court reporting. How do you respond to it? We have also done recently something on reporting on biotechnology. That's a very new area. How do you answer those questions? I did chair a national technical working committee on developing manuals as an industry player and also somebody who trains and mentors students on AI. And those are some of the interventions. And I think, like Dr. Wheeler said, it's good to be present. If you're not present, then you will miss out on those things. And it's good that you're the ones who are coming. Encourage your peers to come too. Two, there is the aspect of, we were talking about communities. Communities are about interests. The interests don't have to be physically located. They mean what? Because there is a new paradigm thing, and Prof and Dr. will speak to this, that we are now having what we called the audience first. The audience tells you what they need to hear, where they want to get the information. So the tooling, the platforms are critical. Understand the platforms. But there is one unchanging thing. It's about content. The hygiene of that content that we are talking about. You create content and then know the people that I'm targeting, where do they want to receive it? You're talking about a mobile journalism today. It is. If they want it, what they couldn't get in the morning, they can archive it and pick it up on something. So these are the trends. You have to be present. You have to be. Journalism and communication are knowledge economies, are knowledge sectors. So you have to have the knowledge. You have to keep seeking the knowledge, and that knowledge, and interact and know what the trends are in there. So communities, simple. It's just interest. They don't have to be located where you are. And what do they need to be told? They will tell you this is what concerns me, and you have to respond to them. And you can only respond to them if you have the knowledge, you have the skills. The president of the Kenya Editors Guild talked about skilling and upskilling all the time. You have to keep thinking and all. And finally, I just wanted to mention about AI. A lot of us are speaking that AI has come to take our jobs. It's not taking our jobs. It will take jobs from idiots. Use that for what? People just want to lose their jobs because we are responding to it. There is the element of machine learning. What data set do you want to put into these things? You talked about old biases that are being imported, but you have the capacity now to develop new data sets for that tool that we call AI. And in each of all these, the ecosystem, there is one unchanging thing called the human loop. The mind has to be there. If you ask, you do something and say, I want you to tweak it this way. Check for me the spell checks. I want to use the UK spell check instead of the American thing. It will give you exactly that. It's how well you use it and how you understand it that will give you a difference between saying this. And be honest. When you have used it, say, I have used it. Do not let somebody else discover. Because trust is a big thing in our industry. If nobody can trust you, then you have a problem. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Kakai. I am a digital media officer at KBC, and I'm here courtesy of International Association of Women in Radio and TV. And my concern is about the state of media reports that we were able to go through in the morning. So while I was looking at it, I noticed that KBC was barely visible. And I do understand that as young people, we have the notion, oh, KBC is for all people and all. But if you look at it, there are a lot more stations that KBC has. So while I was going through the report, even in the digital part, they stopped at Nation. They didn't put KBC. So I find it unfair to call something, to call it the state of media in Kenya when the national broadcaster is not there. And then when you look at it, there's the concern of newspaper going, okay, let me not say people were upset when it was described like that. But yeah, I think it is unfair to leave out KBC, especially as a national broadcaster that represents the nation at international level. There are veterans who are named in the morning, and I heard from them, they always say that KBC is the only broadcaster in Kenya. The other ones are media houses. So it's a genuine concern of mine. And I have a suggestion that even next year, when this report is being done, how about you also include the state of the national broadcaster as part of it, so that we see how it is either positively or negatively impacting the image of journalism in Kenya to the international world and the global space. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Leo, I'm here. I know you're looking for me. Do we have any other burning questions before? Good. Before to deal na issue ya baba na mama. Kwa wale watu tumepitia hapo tunaelewa.
Good afternoon. My name is Oletome from Strathmore University, student of communication here. Well, first of all, so sorry for you, Dexterians and people in public university. Mnakapitia. But yeah, maybe that's a call for parents here and people who want to join Strathmore University. We have good courses and we have a very good program. So come on board and have a good time. Anyway, my question, I have two questions. The third one was answered, but this goes into our regulators and our bodies, MCK and the Editors Guild. Probably what's one failure of media regulation you admit needs fixing? We have a lot of talk. Maybe we need to hear from you. What is it that you really think and say that needs fixing? For the media landscape in Kenya, right now it's changing. Why exactly are media houses in Kenya slow to embrace this change? Mine is from a statistics point of view. I get most of my news from social media. For Standard, KTN News, they posted something 49 minutes ago. They have 7 likes. An hour ago, DW News posted something, they have 353 likes. Why exactly? I'm getting my news from DW News. Why exactly are we slow or rigid to embrace this new digital platform? Probably Andy and maybe any person from the newsroom can actually answer that. Then into the curriculum as well, which has been answered, is in the age of digital and moving into storytelling that is more into social media, is a curriculum really tailored to adapt and embrace these changes? Probably that has been answered. And then lastly is a call to our media houses and our media practitioners. We really need to hear a lot from you. Can we get more master classes? Can we get more courses coming from you people? Because it's very hard to reach you. If it's not for this specific event or such type of things, we can't hear from you. Personally, my courses and most of my upskilling has been done from Reuters, RT News, BBC News, CNN. Why exactly don't we have KTN? Why don't you have RMS giving us such courses? It can actually give us a better platform to get or bridge into the industry. We can do our own things. Probably we don't need to come to the newsroom per se, but can we get such courses? Because one thing from, let's say, the CNN program I took last year, most of these things are not tailored to our landscape. They're not tailored to our media in the country. So probably that's a call for you people in the newsroom. Thank you.
So Pista will be responding to the KBC question. I had to get a KBC person to respond to the KBC question. Then I think Dr. Hesbon also has something to say in response to you.
Perhaps the person who should have responded was sitting right next to her. Josephine. But nonetheless, I will make an attempt and perhaps to really agree with Natalie about expanding the scope of the research, because we are looking at the different brands, because you cannot compare an elephant to a cow and weigh them, put them on the same scale. So maybe researchers, Leo, we are speaking to MCK, we probably need to expand the scope of research and perhaps just look at the public broadcaster on its own, and perhaps look at the trajectory of the public broadcaster. And I say this because there are certain, we have fragmented audiences, and you'll find that the audience will interact more with a certain program vis-a-vis to another. And I will say this, I will share an experience because I work for KBC. I'm out now. We did a farming program, and I remember we invited somebody, an expert on poultry farming. And he said, but who listens to KBC? We said, well, there are people who listen, so... Anyway, long and short of it, he came to the show. He was so surprised that after the show, he got so many calls, even after, the show. He even got an NGO that engaged him to train poultry farmers somewhere in the country. So whatever the response, we may look at very big audiences interacting with. What about also those small? What do they get from the interaction of the media that shows? It only shows that maybe one media is very popular because of relationship issues. We all have those relationship issues, but perhaps a few will interact with information that really touches on their lives, that they identify with. So generalizations, yes, but perhaps we may also look at research that looks at content. And therefore, that will also help media houses in terms of planning for their audiences. In terms of training curricula, the time we went to college, and Josephine will attest to this, we did a lot of practicals. Every week you're doing a radio program, every week. So I concur with her that certain training institutions do not have the facilities. And I'm proud to say when somebody mentioned that many of them come to KBC for training. Actually, KBC is a training ground, even if it doesn't show on the even if it doesn't show on the report. It is a big training ground, a very big training ground. Thank you.
I'm a beneficiary of the mentorship of Josephine and Topi. I was in my first year, I went to Mashinani, Nyota ya Magharibi. Second year, KBC. Third year, KBC. Yes, students of KIMC at the time. That's all, yes. So practicals are key to media training. Theory,
Thank you very much. I just had a comment, but because I've been asked to respond to the question on curriculum, I think my senior here has talked about it, that there is a pool of experts, the ones we want to call veterans. And I think there must be a way they can be utilized in the academy. This idea of CU saying that you can only teach if you have a PhD, I think is also a disservice. And there's a way we can get experts who have the industry-wide knowledge accredited as professors of practice, because what they bring to the academy is a lot more valuable beyond the theory. But the comment I wanted to make was on the last panel discussion of political intolerance. I think Quinta asked a question, who is a goon? When the keynote speaker, Justice Lenola, was talking, he talked about Charles Taylor, who was arrested and is incarcerated in the UK for crimes against humanity in Sierra Leone. He was not there. He facilitated. And I think it's the same notion that we have with the goons. The panelists kept referring to the goons, and I keep asking myself, can we reframe the narrative? Who is the goon? Is he the person who actually metes violence on people, or the person who financed? If Charles Taylor was arrested for financing using blood diamond money, then we should start talking about the real goons. And for me, the real goon is that politician who has been given the power to address the plight of the common mwananchi, and instead of addressing that plight, takes advantage of the young, vulnerable men. The one who pays them to go and meet violence. Today, if I go to Migori, no one will attack me. But because I'm planning to go to Migori as the next member of parliament for Suna East, someone will mobilize the young people in Migori. That person is the goon. The young people are just people looking for opportunities. And I think politicians are abusing their powers by taking advantage of these young people. And my plea is that if the media can reframe that narrative, because if a cabinet secretary goes in front of parliament, talks about Kisumu being the hotbed of goonism, and then we just report that. The question is, there are young people who are paid to do something. Why is it that the cabinet secretary can't talk about the people who are paying? And if the cabinet secretary cannot pay, then I think the media is also failing in a way if all we can do is surveillance, walking around finding out what is happening and reporting. No, there is a second function of the media, which is correlation. When someone says that this place is a hotbed of goons, there are goons everywhere. But the people paying the goons are getting scot-free, and they want to shape that narrative. And I think running into the 2027 general election, it is incumbent upon us as the media to report from a media logic, because it is the media logic that has the public interest. The political logic does not have. The political logic serves the interest of the politicians. And I think they are the ones who've been telling us that violence in this country is by young people. Since 2007, we've been having that conversation, but we've never had the conversation of who is taking advantage of these young people. We are at the cutting edge, and we can easily do that. I think if we mention a few politicians, and they are known, they will desist from paying young people to go to the political rallies and cause havoc. One was mentioned in that funeral in Seme, and I think we need to run with that story and investigate further. We are a lot more believed as the media than politicians, and I think we can shape the narrative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. I think it's been a long morning coming all the way till now. Sindio? I'm hoping most of your questions have been responded to. I know one of yours has not been responded to, and this gentleman is going to respond to it. Leo, there was a question that was asked about the role of Media Council and the Media Council Academy when it comes to issues to do with curricula and just ensuring that the standards are up there. And then you are asked about media freedom gaps and how we can be able to bridge that. Oh, the one for I think that one was responded to, but by Andy Kagwa earlier on about adaptation of media houses to the changing scopes.
Thank you, Sami. Thank you for a wonderful moderation. You started this around 11. Now it's around 2:30. Please, let's sit down together over lunch, and I will respond to your issues. Let us wind this conversation up so that we can, pick it up again over lunch. But before we do that, there are three things that we must do. I would like to invite our board member, Tabitha Mutemi, to come and briefly, just in a minute, speak about the upcoming Broadcasters Convention coming towards the end of May in Nairobi. It's the first time it's being done in East Africa, probably East and Central Africa. APB are the conveners, the Association of Professional Broadcasters, and she's the chair. Topista is I think is an official as well in the institution. But Tabitha, please come and invite this congregation or this sitting to the Broadcasters Convention in a minute, and then I'll do the other two things, and then we can go for lunch and break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leo. I'm between you and the lunch. First, let me congratulate the young people for coming out en masse to register as voters. There's one thing to register as voter and another thing to come out and vote. Make sure that you sensitize the other young people who registered to come out and vote. Remember, in 2022, 8 million did not vote. 8 million. That is actually more than the candidate who won the last elections. There is also a window of period where you are supposed to query your details about you as a voter. And we need to sensitize Kenyans. Do not bypass that period. It is a legal requirement. IBC will be able to announce that time. So make sure that, because you'll be querying the details from the comfort of your space, wherever you'll be, you query from phone. Make sure that you query to ensure that your details have been captured properly. Do not wait until the last minute when you go to voting station. You say, my name is not in the register, or I've been covered. My details were captured wrongly. The other thing is this idea of Nikona card. Please tell the youth that you don't need a card to vote, because we have said that during elections there is also the contest of narrative. People can use that to actually manipulate people, that if you have lost your card, you cannot vote. That was outlawed, and that is not even a voter's card. That is an acknowledgement slip. So you will only need to go to the polling station with your ID and vote. And now, coming to my business. I am the chair of the Association of Professional Broadcasters. I'm a radio producer by profession. And I started my career at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. I also worked for the Presidential Press. Those years, I think we were very few ladies at the Presidential Press. And from there, I got into the corporate ladder. Now, we always felt that there is no association where the radio producers, the TV producers, the cameraman, the technical people in the broadcast that fit. And that is why, and that is how Association of Professional Broadcasters was established. So we took actually the bold step to host the 5th East African Broadcasters Convention, which is going to be on the 26th to 28th of May. I was privileged to attend a broadcasters convention in Victoria Falls last year, and I realized it's a huge convention that is going to bring the broadcasters into one place. We network. There's also the solution providers, leaders, and everyone who is a broadcaster. It is going to be invite only, and we have registration on our website, www.apbke. That is Association of Professional Broadcasters in Kenya. Even when you write Association of Professional, it should be able to prompt. If you are a student and you cannot afford and you really feel you must come for that workshop, please, it will be on a first come, first served basis. I'll be able to sponsor. It is a premier broadcasters convention, and we hope that next year we can be able to even have it bigger and better, because it has financial implications, so we are not able to get as many people as we would have wanted. But this is a premier broadcasters convention, and I would encourage people in the broadcast industry to come and learn more and also interact with other broadcasters. We are expecting over 100 from the South African Broadcasting Association and members of the Broadcast Media Africa, whom we are partnering with. We are also partnering with Media Council. We are partnering with many other actually associations that have come to support us. So karibuni sana, God bless you, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you so much. So the second thing that I want to say is that this event is organized in partnership, not just with Strathmore, but with the Kenya Union of Journalists, Kenya Editors Guild, and AMWIC, the Association of Media Women in Africa. And KUJ is the one who is booting the check, by the way. It's not even Media Council. So we need to clap for them. Let's clap for KUJ. Thank you so much. I'm told that Eric left very early in the morning, or late, yes, at midnight to go to France in the commemoration of the same. So we really appreciate that they are booting this check, they are booting this bill, and we are really happy. But the other thing that we've been forgetting on informing you is that hashtag, please. I know you've not been tweeting, or you've just been there. Please retweet again and retag. Retweet and retag. Retweet and retag. Tag Media Council, tag the Media Complaints Commission, tag KUJ, tag Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, tag NCIC, tag anybody who has been here today, so that we can, the message we can propagate the message across board and to the rest of the world. You know what happened in Zambia? The main event in Zambia was cancelled last minute. So we are one of the few big events that is happening in Africa. So we must really appreciate this. And on KBC, finally, Dina, please come for the vote of thanks. Finally, for KBC, we have Professor, is it Kereri? Professor, the one who was the lead researcher, is in the room. My suggestion is that you sit down with him over lunch, and he's going to explain to you why KBC is not where you want it to be. It is very important, because in a survey of 100 people, for example, out of the 100, if only 2 people mention KBC, there is nothing you can do about it, isn't it? Now, if you want to take KBC as an institution and interrogate it, then on what variables? And that means you are going granular, and basically it's then KBC putting the bill, so that they can get the feedback that they want. But they also feedback from Ipsos and others, which focus on what we call audience consumption, which are totally different from what we do as Media Council, because they are based on an existing you know, respondents, there's a frame that they work with consistently over a period of time, is family based and the related. But that's a little bit different, and I think the researcher will be able to explain why KBC or why TV47, for example, in 2022 were not appearing anywhere in this survey, and suddenly 2023 and 2024 they are all over. You know, they have improved in terms of you know, yeah, visibility. So thank you so much. Dina will say the vote of thanks, and then after that we can go for lunch at the tent where you had breakfast. For those who had breakfast, maybe Dina, you can also say a prayer for lunch. I don't know. Thank you.
You have given me too much work and I'm hungry. Now, I was going to respond to the KBC issue, but Leo has done a good job at that because he was manager research. We actually swapped. I was in advocacy, he was in research. Now in research, he's in advocacy. So he's authoritative as they come. Now, so that I remain within the TORs of what I was supposed to do, on behalf of the Media Council of Kenya, and that includes the Media Council of Kenya board, the CEO, the management, and all the staff and partners in this who participated in putting this together. We want to say that we are very grateful because every one of you found time to come and listen and contribute, and in whichever role that you have participated today, we are very grateful. Leo has already thanked the partners, including who is going to pay for lunch today. Special thanks to our guests, to our speakers and panelists in both panels. And also I want to thank myself because I led the team that put together the State of the Media report. I also want to thank the other members of staff who have played a critical role, the team that was behind the live streaming. We have the ICT team, we have the rapporteurs, we have people who have been in charge of logistics. We are indeed grateful because without their contributions, then there would be complaints. Yeah, and obviously the biggest also, one of the biggest thanks goes to Strathmore University where we are seated today. They have hosted us and they also helped and facilitated the live streaming. So I wanted to talk about the takeaways, but I think people are hungry. One can only take so much, especially when they are hungry. So thank you so much. And if there is anyone that have not mentioned, remember that I have also thanked you, our veterans, our students, our those who are still active in the industry. We are very thankful for honoring us our invitation today. Asanteni sana. Now can we pray for lunch? I'll pray how my mother taught me. So let's pray. Our Lord in heaven, we thank you for the meal that we are about to partake. We pray that you will bless it and that it will help us to nourish our health as we proceed to our various destinations. May you guide us in every way, and the resolutions of this meeting, we pray that, Father, you will guide us to internalize them and put them to practice as per the commitments we've made today. In Jesus' name I pray.
Sio sana ipeleka wapi?
Hiyo sasa. Na masa ni
Ndio ofisi.